Hey guys, how we doing? Am I coming through okay clearly? Can everybody hear me okay? Just check I'm clear. You can hear me. Excellent. Morning, Ben. Are you a new face? I think so. I don't think I've seen you before. Okay, good morning anyway. Good morning. Market's about to open in about 2.5 minutes. I did look at this. There's a second entry there, but I did look at this initially, but obviously it finished up here, so it was no good. But we have got a second entry, so depending on where this finishes, if we can get a bullish bar on here. But I'm aware the news, the market opens in about 2 minutes. Just started watching 2-day games. Well, welcome, bud. Where are you? Are you US? Are you? Are you from the US? Most seem to be, really. I think I'm probably. There's me and who's the other guy? Oh, what's his name? Five Trader from the UK. Well, he's Scotland. There's just the two of us I know from over this side of the pond. Excuse me. Brant, not feeling the spike and channel personally. You're about here? Spike and channel. Yeah, it just seemed like a bit of a channel, so I just sort of moved it to where I thought looked. What's it? But we shall see. I wanted that lower high. The lower high. You're about here? Took a short. Hey Jane, how you doing? Ben, yeah, US. Okay. Are you US as well, Jane? Have you? Because I believe you're at work, aren't you? And did you tell me you switched the sound off? Is that right? And you will watch it later? Yeah, I think. So you're slowly watching at work. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so Brant, you think you don't think this is valid, and you looked at this lower high, yeah. I think if I was going for that lower high, the only thing that concerned me is that we're a little bit square and a bit sideways there. Hi, good, thanks, excellent. Brum. You're not Brummy, are you? Is that what you mean? Brum. Hey Kim, how you doing? Jane, Brum. Are you a Brummy? Is that what you mean? Okay, market's just opened, so we're getting a little bit of some movement there. So, okay, EMA is a bit flat at the moment. So yeah, I drew this. It just seemed like we had some sort of. There's something there, but the only thing I could think it was a bit of a spike in a channel. So. We've had a break out of it, and it looks like we're going to make a new high. Whether it's valid or not, I don't know. It's not perfect, but it just seems like sort of like a popping up, isn't it? Okay, so I mean, if you wanted to go along there, it's not ideal, is it? It is perfectly flat anyway, so it's quite risky. Your chart looks much different. Wish we could share screenshots. Yeah, it's a shame you can't do that, isn't it? Let me just reload my historical data, see if that. See, I changed the, what did I change? Something up here, didn't I, yesterday? Data series. And I was hoping it was going to look more like, but to be honest with you, sometimes I look at Mac's chart and it's almost identical. Sometimes it looks really different, really different. But I don't know, what do you do? What do you do? Now that, look at that a minute. Right, okay, so as I've just reloaded that, oh no it doesn't, it looks sort of similar, doesn't it? Or I don't know, maybe something like that. It's a bit too early to say, isn't it? No, they never look, they never look the same. Not you live in Edgbaston. Oh, I know Edgbaston. Well, I go there to watch the cricket now and again. Okay, so yeah, well, you are a Brummie. You're close to it. Yeah, I know Edgbaston. I went there a couple of years ago to watch one of the tests of the Ashes. So excellent. Oh, so you're only down the road, Shrewsbury. I am Shropshire, so you're not far away. You're 50 miles away, somewhere around it. Excellent. So it's nice we get some more UK traders, because there isn't many of us around, to be honest with you. I know of about 2 others who trade this system in the UK. Well, UK Scotland, you've got 5 Trader, he's up in Scotland. And there's another guy, I forget his name now, he's London way. Oh, and Jimmy as well. Jimmy is Kent at the moment, originally from Ireland. He's Kent. Not a Brummie, I live in Edgbaston, you're close to a Brummie. People get a bit funny. Okay, there was me yabbering on. There was quite a good long there. Let me just see if it comes back a little bit. It's actually broke the high though, isn't it? Okay, so we got... it's only a first entry really, isn't it? There's no second entry there. But I do like that. I do like the bars like that, nice and coming right the way back through the EMA, nice and positive. There wasn't really a second entry there anyway, but we do seem to be pushing up somehow. So morning R, how you doing, buddy? Morning team, that's it, that's what we are. We're trying to get rich. Well, it'd just be nice to not have to go to work, to be honest with you. My wife went to work this morning, so I got up with her, made her a cup of tea and went out and defrosted the car. And it's nothing like going out on a UK morning when there's frost on the car and you've got to go out and defrost the car and go to work. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Okay, so if anybody did take that higher low, to be honest with you, it is a little bit flat there, isn't it? Just a little bit of congestion there. So maybe it wasn't the ideal. I mean, really, you like to have some room to the highs, don't you? Which you haven't really got anything there, have you? You hardly got a point. But we seem to be moving up, so maybe that's sort of our first pullback. But we've been up as high as here, so far looks like we may be in a bit of a range day. But it is too early to tell, so we've got no news yet. I got my daily open there. I've got my yesterday's highs up here just in case they come into play. But yeah, we seem to be moving maybe in this channel, maybe. If I touch that along the bottoms, maybe it's going to fit along the sides a bit. Let's have a look at that. Okay, that fits quite nice. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We're certainly in an uptrend at the moment. Okay, so no news today. I have medium and high impact news on there and there's nothing showing anyway, so we haven't got to avoid anything. So I'm day 5 now through this evaluation and I'm up $1,400 and a piece, $1,429. So we're nearly halfway there. So all good. See, if I look on that, if I look on the 10,000 tick chart, we've had two nice pushes up, and we're coming to the tops here, aren't we? So it'd be interesting to see what we do up here. But I love that, 2 lovely pushes up, measured moves by the looks of things. So I'm not confident yet to short up here, and I mean we've only really touched it once, haven't we? I'm not confident to short really yet. But if you look here as well, we've had 2 pushes, haven't we? So maybe that wasn't really nothing. Maybe we just went up a bit of sideways, but we've now had 2 pushes there. Let's have a look. Maybe we'll come up here. That certainly looks to me like a measured move, or as close as. It doesn't always get there exactly to the nearest tick, but we are where we were earlier. I'd have preferred to touch there maybe once more before I think about taking a short there. Okay, run out that measured move and finish literally to the nearest tick now. Let's see where this finishes. If this comes bearish, it looks like it's going to, doesn't it? Okay, as tempting as it is, we've had a bit of a breakout, but I don't know where. I'd say it's pretty much going to come down here, but I don't know, I'm a bit nervous, I am. Especially when we've only hit it really once before. I wouldn't be shocked if it went up, stopped you out, but it does look like it's coming down. Maybe if we get a higher low, I might think about it. Any of you guys took that short, have you? It's just a bit too early for me. We've hit it once before, haven't we? I want to maybe a lower high here. Let me just zoom in there a bit. See, this measured move's played out quite nicely. So I think if we get a lower high, I might take this short. It's been a while since we've had a trade this early, I think. See if it gets up any higher. Yeah, see, if I'd taken that short, I want at least 1-to-1, which is lower than there, so my knees would be shaking. Okay, this is looking quite positive. Let's play this in a bit more. Okay, where are we? Okay, I like to go 1-to-1, which is about there, I think, isn't it? I think that's a good trade. I like that. Only 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. That's 4 points, that is. This measured move's played out nice, big bearish bar there. That would have been a good place to go short, I think, but risky. This is the better option. So, see how we get on. If this comes down and breaks below, that's a failure as well, which may give it even more momentum down. Yeah, okay, this is looking a lot more positive for me. So if that breaks below, that's a failure, isn't it? I attempted to put another short in there, but I'm just going to take my time at the moment. See, it has broken this. It's still an overshoot, isn't it? It might not be a one big it might not be one big trend, but we've had a measured move there, see? And I'd say we've certainly broken out of it and maybe pushed a new high. So yeah. That's what I'm looking at. That's why I had my stop here ready. It's trying to push up, isn't it? But it's struggling, isn't it? So I'm feeling a little bit better now. Oh, I don't like that. I do not like that. I don't like the way it's bouncing there quickly. Okay, bounced in my favour, luckily. But okay, so yeah, I mean, we broke the high of the day, didn't we? So whether this was a larger uptrend, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But if it was, we had an overshoot. Regardless of that, we had a perfect measured leg up there to the nearest tick. Nice big bearish bar, so quite pushed up. So if you didn't take that one, that may have been a risky one, but that to me was a lower high, really bearish, and then we had the failure. So, you know, I did consider bringing mine back there. I jumped in on the fail second entry. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, we've been up here, haven't we? We come right to the bottom. We've had a good strong push up, followed by two big sharper pushes up. Excuse me. A measured leg. We broke out of this trend, if at this range, if we are in a range. Big bearish bar, come down, made a lower high. I mean, that's a good trade for me. And then you've got the failure on top. So for me, everything was pointed down. So I'm pleased with that. I got $400 on that trade, so 4 points. So I did consider doubling up there, but I'm just trying to be aware of not rushing things. If I end up with £20,000 in the bank, then I might decide to double up or get a little bit brave. But that for me, is that where I took it? The lower high, didn't I? Yeah, I did, didn't I? Yeah, okay, so what do we get on there? 5 points. How far did it go? Let's have a look. How far has it gone? It's come down about 7.5 points. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I like to swing trade them, but with it being that sort of first sort of push down a little bit, I just want to be a little bit conservative and just get some green in the bank just at the moment, and then maybe feel like getting a bit flowy. You can call it a day. If I sat here for 2 hours, I probably may do, but it's early days yet. But I gotta say, what I try and do, and it may not look like this, what I try and do is if I take trades, then every time I take another trade, I try and be a little bit more picky, because sometimes when you're up, you can get that, it can lull you into a false sense of security that you're doing well, you know what you're doing, you know what I mean, and it's very easy to go, oh yeah, more money, and you jump in and end up, I've been guilty of that before, so I try and be a little bit careful. Okay, so there's a second entry short there, isn't there? Nice big bearish. We've had this push back and a little pull back. I kind of hope it doesn't finish bearish, but it's tempting, isn't it? I might go short there. Stop short. Oh, I'm going to miss it, aren't I? Yeah, I missed it. Come back a bit. What's that gone on? 12. That's about 10. Yeah, that's a shame. That's a shame. That was a pretty good trade to me, that was. That's where I like them. Nice and tight, hugging the underside of that. It's been a while since I've had 2 trades in a row possible. Waiting for the way until 2 o'clock yesterday to get my trades, yeah. So it's weird how it works out, doesn't it? Sometimes, I mean, like, if I'd have taken that, if I'd have been quick enough for that, looks like because we had a push down, pull back, push down, I'd say we're possibly coming around here. Certainly enough to give me what I'd want. And that'd be 2 trades in the space of 5 minutes. So it's a shame I wasn't. I wish you could get a limit order from this side and drop it in rather than bringing it down. I don't suppose it really matters. I'd have taken sort of minimum 1-to-1 there, so I think I'd have got that now, wouldn't I? Yeah, I'd have probably taken it around about the 3.5. I have my profit automatically set at 3.5 points, which is where we were. That's a shame. I did consider coming in here, but there wasn't as much room to the lows. But after that, you know, quite big push up and the break at the top, I was expecting it to come down. So okay, so maybe coming around to this mid side before we come back again. So, well, it remains to be seen whether we're going to come back down towards this side. Morning, Chris. How you doing, buddy? Me too. That is something I'm still getting used to. Ninja Trader 8. Yeah, I mean, if I was watching a guy from Top Pick Traders. Now I know Marco's part of Top Pick Traders, but there's another guy, an American guy, and he opened up an order and dropped it. It was going long, and he dropped it in from up here, and the way when he dropped it, the market spiked a bit, and it should have kicked his trade out, but it didn't. It looked like a limit order. Now, for me, if I want to put a sell limit order, you know, I got to do it from the opposite direction if I'm going short, and vice versa if I'm going long. But it has worked. I messaged him actually, and asked him why did it look like a normal stop order, isn't it? Sell, yeah. A normal stop market order, but it acted like a limit order. I don't quite know. That is a $200 indicator. What is, Chris? What is? Because I know some of them have something down the side. I think that's what you're talking about, isn't it? Because I know Daniel's got one. It gives you a bunch of other buttons, doesn't it, down the side? Yeah, I think I looked into that a while ago. It is 200 quid. You get a bunch of other buttons, and I think you can set it so. I don't know why. You know, I thought it would be easy to take you know, have a limit order that, you know, in the same direction that the market's going, but it just seemed, I don't know, he seemed to be having it easier. He had a link on one of his videos. He's to do with Marco, isn't he, I think? On the, what are you talking about for a limit order? Well, if I want to put a limit order in here to go short, I've got to do it above it, which is there, a sell limit order. He opened up something down here. He dropped it in here. The market kicked and didn't kick his trade out. His trade stayed here, and it was slightly further up. And the market came up and ticked it, which is how a limit order would react. So it came from the... See, if I'm going short here for a limit order, I've got to right-click up here, and there's me sell limit order, and vice versa if I'm going long. But he brought this order from here, dragged it up, and it moved quickly and went backwards and forwards through his order before it triggered. Now, normally, if I right-click sometimes and do that, it'll kick me out if I don't catch it in the right place. So I messaged him anyway, so maybe he'll get back to me. Sell stop limit, yeah. Triggers a limit order when it's hit. But the thing is, to go short, to get a limit order to go short, I've got to right click above it, and there it is. I don't think I've got one below it, have I? No. Oh, sell stop. Is that what you mean? Sell stop. Is that what you mean? Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that, I think. Sometimes you get set in your own ways and there are things you miss. I'm gutted I missed that trade. See, I could have possibly even taken that failed second entry, but I felt good about that trade, and I thought let's not be too hasty. It's been a few awkward days actually, so I'd have been over the moon with that. If I got another 3.5, 4 points out that would have been a great start. Stop limit orders, they trigger when price passes through it. Yeah, but that's what I mean. A short limit order, I'd have to right click from the top, there it is, sell it and then drag it down. He brought his from the bottom to go short, so it acted like a limit order. But if I do a sell order, it's a sell market order, isn't it? Or can I use that? Sell stop. That might be it actually. I don't know. I think I'm waffling on a bit. This might be something I've just missed. Sometimes you get set in doing something the same way, and it's still a short order. Yeah, it is, isn't it? So I'll have a play around on the demo. This might have been just something I've missed. Sell stop, same as a sell limit. Excuse me. Sorry if you can hear me coughing and sniffing every day. I'm just full of colds at the moment. And buy stop limit, same as a buy limit. Yeah. I did consider possibly trying to hold on to this, but I was that desperate to get a nice green start. Go look at that. Oh my good grief, look. You could have got 20, 22, 23 points out of that. If you'd have had the nerve to sort of sit past here and here. I did do some trading on a demo a while ago, and I tried to just, when it pushed down, sit it above the next swing high and then leave it there, and then we swing high again and put it above there and swing high again and put it above there and so on. Just triggers the limit order when prices touch it. And you can, if I'm going short, I can drag it up from the bottom and just drop it here, can I? Use this one click trader. Yeah, I've seen Daniel use one. It's a separate section. I think it is $200 that sits down here, and there's some yellows, buttons, and green, and there's a couple of different limit types, and just saves you having to sort of right click and move down. Sometimes you want to get in a bit quick. I mean, on occasion, I will just click sell. If I'm desperate to get in and I can see a big move and I think I'm missing it, I'll just click sell. And it'll get in. See, that was a good trade for me. That was a really good trade. I should have picked it up down here really, but you know, I'm trying to follow my own rules and keep things, you know, by the book. Yeah, that triggers like a limit order. Yeah, I'll have a play around on the demo with that. I'm not used to just doing it my own way, or the way I've been shown or taught, or just maybe a habit I've picked up. Yeah, see if I look now on this 10,000 tick chart, if it'll get here, we've had two perfect moves up. We've got a push down, maybe. I think we may push down to the bottom here, so that we might end up being in a range day today, or just for a chunk of it. It's looking like that so far, isn't it? Yeah, it's uncanny how it plays out. It just goes to show everybody's on the same wavelength. One perfect push up, two perfect pushes up, one push down. Well, we've gone through that a bit, haven't we? But high plus 4 points. Gutted I missed that one. Sometimes you can sit for hours and only find one decent setup. Okay, I like the look of this one as well. Or is it a bit congested? Okay, I'm going to leave that one. It's a little congested. You know, I'm quite confident we're coming down the bottom here, and there is a second entry short. That's exactly where I like taking it, but I don't like the fact that these bars are stacking. It has triggered below, isn't it? Depends if there's enough momentum to overcome that, but if I was in that trade there, I'd be seriously worrying now. Looks like they're going to get stopped out. I mean, it's a great second entry. We're clearly coming down. Two nice pushes up to the EMA, finishing nice and bearish, but because of the stacking, that's where trades get stopped out. As nice a bar as that is, and the fact that it's a second entry short, yeah, there you go. And chances are now that'll come down. I wouldn't be shocked. See if we can find something a bit bigger here. Let's have a look. Maybe, I don't know. In which case we've had a break. I'm still expecting it to come down here. It did stall around the midway here, didn't it? We came down, then we came off the bottoms, a little bit of a correction, and then up again. Same thing down, a little bit of a correction around this midline, and then down again. That's what I'm thinking anyway. We can only make an educated guess, can't we? It's just a shame it's congested there. Hopefully if we can get a lower high. I am still thinking we're coming down to here, so if we can maybe get a lower high or a higher low, and then I might try and ride it down. We'll see. I have just started using Intrade 8 since I picked up my Apex account. How do you mean you've only just started? You mean you were using 7 before? Is that what you mean? Let's have a look at this. So it's a little bit of congestion, isn't it? You know, I'm reasonably sure we're coming down here. But I want to make sure I get a decent setup. There's nothing worse than being up with one trade and then losing a trade, and then you end up down. Theoretically now all I've got to do is one trade for the day, isn't it? And I'm up a nice chunk of change. The trouble is when you're up, it's very easy to get suckered into something a little bit not quite right. There's no setup. It was almost, I was almost pretty sure we're coming down, but there's no setup there really, is there? If that had ticked a bit higher, then maybe I'd have gone short there, but got a nice short here, but my charts look different. Okay, well that doesn't matter, mate, does it? That doesn't matter. Don't worry about that. They often do. You know, I've seen other people got great trades, and I'm studying my chart thinking, well, I don't see it at the end of the day, and then you realise after a while that it's... So you've had one push down, a little bit of a pullback, and that looks to me like another little... Let's have a look. So let's take it from here maybe. So we've had that little pull down there. Let's go to about here, and that would make sense. That would take us down to the bottom. See, yeah. See, I mean, you would think there, push down, pull back, another push down towards the bottom, but there's no setup there really, is there? You can't. It's just too risky shorting that. Yeah, it looks like we're coming to the bottom, doesn't it? We may get quite a nice range day today if we're lucky. Then pull down. Let's take that there. I'm still thinking short. although that has pushed down, broken, played out. Let's see what we get here. I mean, considering we've had that sharp push down, it's quite a hell of a pullback, really, isn't it, to go down again. But has anybody got any wider ranges here? Channels. Okay, that might not look too bad. That looks okay to me, that does. Touch in here, near enough. Touch in there, sitting quite nice on the opposite side. Bit of a break, still expecting to come down to the bottom. Maybe this is the break, followed by a new low. Sorry for any grammar in my working and watch at the same time. Mate, I'm the world's worst speller, don't worry. Let's have a look. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of movement around here. I'm still thinking lower, although that channel has broken and played out, but it does look like an overall bigger channel to me, and I'm still expecting to come down lower. We do seem to be getting that little bit of congestion around them, you know, around the midline. But that is quite a convincing push. Yeah, on the 10,000 tick chart as well, we've had two pushes up, we've had one push, a little bit of sideways. It's come back up to the EMA, so we may get that second push down. I'm still thinking bearish at the moment. But I need something, I'd need that to push down below the EMA really, with a lower high to give me something worth taking. This was today's open as well, this was. Well, that's ticked below there, that has. First entry. Let's see what happens here. We'll either come back a little bit and then push back up, which blows my bearish idea out of the water, or we'll work our way back down. Okay. I bought Flowbots. Replicanto. I've heard of Replicanto. Ah, Replicanto. Isn't that a that's another trade copier, isn't it, I think? I've never done more than one at the same time, see. Excuse me. I've never done more than one account at the same time, I figure, and when I stop blowing them and start making money out of them, then I might do some more. But somebody mentioned, I'm sure somebody mentioned that the other day. I think there's that one I know of, and an Apex is one as well. Okay, let me see if that works up here somewhere. Maybe it does. Let's have a look. Maybe it's from here. I don't know. It's I have the downtrend with a break. Leg to a new lay. Yeah, I was aware that this may be a smaller channel. So that's obviously where it load this time. Trade my PA one at a time, but copy to semi-vals as well. I'll have to look into that. I'll have to have a play around with it, because at some point, if this works, if I can make this work and start making a bit of money, then I will reinvest some of it back in and maybe get a few. I think, was it you, Brant, mentioned yesterday that their Apex was putting down some of the payouts. That I was looking this morning actually, and I know one guy did he have $40,000 per account? There's such a lot of. I think there's one guy with 20 accounts, certainly a few with 10. Yeah, some people are making some serious money. They've certainly got no issues paying money out at Apex. I'll give them that. Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? It seems that way. We've had that little. See, I was under the impression when we had a failed breakout, sometimes we can do the same the other side. Well, I don't know. Maybe, I mean, if we take this to the bottom, and then take that. Hold on, let me take that up there. Okay, so we come down to there. That's a low, isn't it? So where's the top of this? Yeah, it's still. No, we've not come down as low as I thought we may do. But I mean, whichever way you draw this channel, that clearly seems like a break, doesn't it? Anyway, and then it's played out. But you know, until we came down to this new low or took off in a different direction, I was still thinking short. There was no real setup here. Some people that might have gone bearish on some charts, but that bit made me nervous, and I did look at that short there, which triggered and stopped you out, so I made a good decision to leave that alone. Can see repetition of those getting payouts consistently. Absolutely. Link to their payouts for the fast. Yeah, I did have a quick scroll down actually. And yeah, some people are making some good money out of Apex. And that's only, well, if you think about it now, I wonder how many, when they come out with that new information of only doing it for 10 days, how many people had accounts that they may have been working on for the last, say, I don't know, 15, 20 days, waiting up to day 25. So effectively, they could withdraw straight away. I was quite surprised that they did that. I thought they would have said from now on, any accounts from now on 10 days, but they actually included all the current ones. So anybody that was over that 10 days, theoretically, could withdraw money. So I'm surprised they did that, because I'm thinking, okay, over the next couple of days, they're going to be inundated with people saying, right, I've done over 10 days, I want my money. So I'm surprised they did that. But they do seem to be quite generous compared to a lot of the other companies, I've got to say. Very generous. And I've got to say, that news, the news that we had about the changes, I've got to say, I was quite overwhelmed with it. I was, it's nice to have bits of good news, but you don't expect to have all your Christmases come at once, because that's more or less what it was. Okay, so we've had a push up in this channel, we've had a break and a new high, but we've also had a push up in this channel, followed by a break and a few pushes up. So maybe because we haven't come down at the bottom, we're going to come down here, or are we going to maybe make a second entry and carry on higher? It's certainly looking quite bearish, isn't it? I like that lower high, but I don't like where it is. I prefer it down here somewhere. So maybe this may turn into a failure. Okay, so first entry. Yeah, obviously people are thinking it's coming down. There's some quick movement in the market, isn't there? Certainly looking bearish, isn't it? But it's tempting it is to what did I look at that one? The trouble is it's still a little bit too high from the EMA for me. I'll be surprised if some traders haven't got a bigger channel worked up like this, thinking, well, is that they're like it's come back here before it makes a new high. But I think it's important to get those short-term trend channels there first, and then consider that a break. The fact that it's broken and made a new high. Certainly getting that impression that there may be a few trades on offer today. Okay, one push down, find out where this comes to. One push down. Yeah, it's gone up. It's come down a bit. I don't know. I'm still a bit. I'm thinking short, but I'm not convinced. Or I don't know. If I'm not happy about getting in on a short. Maybe. Okay, so we've had that one. Let's see if we get a lower high. It is looking. I don't like the way it's moving at the moment. It's getting a little bit volatile. One push up. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It is moving like there's a little bit of news. Sometimes when it does bounce around like that, you've got to be a bit careful because your decision making time has been reduced, isn't it? Okay, first entry, we're going to get something bearish here. I don't like it. It's a bit sideways for me. I always said from an early days, if I can get 2 good trades a day, you'll do really well. But sometimes it's very easy to get a little bit over keen, isn't it, and jump in when you're up and you think I'm doing well here, and then you get a bit too keen and thinking one more trade and I'm done, and that's where things go wrong. And we are sort of stalling around this middle area, aren't we, around this midline here. So what I think's happened there is we've had this channel, a little bit of an overshoot and a break and a new low. Trying to go low once, trying to go low. That's technically a failure, isn't it? But it's a bit sideways there, so we're getting this sort of curling pattern, aren't we? Yeah, it's not as easy to read that, is it? Much nicer when it comes from the top to the bottom. But it hasn't come down as lower here, has it? It hasn't gone up as high, hasn't come down as low. It's getting a little bit choppy. I'm just going to switch my mic off just for a couple of seconds. I'm just going to the bathroom. Okay. Yeah, it's getting a little bit choppy and a bit congested, isn't it? Shame I missed that one. Tempting, isn't it? I bet there's going to be some take that. we've had a push, haven't we? And then a pull back and then another push. It's risky. If you look at this first push up, we've come up. We've had that little red candle, haven't we? And then we pushed up again. So this might be another push up, a small pullback and a push up again to here. It's hard to tell at the moment. Okay, like it worked. What would you have got off that? Let's have a look. Okay, so I'd have taken probably 3.5 points, somewhere around there. See if we get a lower high. Still risky for me. I just, this area at the moment is just getting a bit too choppy. Yeah, easy to, absolutely, mate. You know, you've got to think, right, I'm nice and up. Technically, I'm halfway there, and I've only done what, 45 minutes. And to lose a trade now would be stupid, wouldn't it? Yeah. See, I'd have had my stop down here. My arse would have been seriously twitching about now. Although it looks like it might make a lower high or a higher low, but I don't like it. I don't like it. Let's get him out of the way. Come down here, a bit of an overshoot break, new low, push up. 2 legs back to the EMA, bit congested, push up. Technically it's played out if you go from here. A little pull back, maybe we're going to have another one. You just can't read it quite at the moment, can you? Switch on demo. You coward. I thought you Italians had balls. Yeah, see, we're getting this area of sideways, aren't we? So most of us don't know what's happening, which reflects in the behaviour, doesn't it? I suppose when traders don't know whether we're going up or down, you've got a sort of a fair mix of 50-50 tends to go sideways a bit, doesn't it? Not me. There's no bigger trend there either, is there really? I will do. One push down, 2 push down. It looks like 2 pushes down there, doesn't it? Trouble is, would you really want to go long there? Push down. It does look like 2. 1 push down, a little bit of side, another push down. It does look like 2 pushes down, doesn't it? But it's risky, isn't it? I suppose you could say there or there, whichever way you draw that. It's played out, isn't it? Yeah, it does look like 2 legs down, 2 quite nice little measured legs down. No setup though, is there? So we're about here, aren't we? Yeah, 2 quite nice legs down, 2 clear legs down, but there's no setup and it's just too choppy, isn't it? It could go bloody anywhere, really. At least we've had a trade early, that's something. Quite a long day yesterday. I think we did make 4 hours, I think. Got a couple of $100 up. Scrappy day for me yesterday. I felt like I was a bit scrappy. But I always out process my day at the end of the day, and I think about what I did right, what I did wrong, what I need to improve, and it did seem scrappy, like I was just taking a trade and losing my confidence in a little bit and bringing me stop down. So I'm just going to try slowing down a little bit, take a breath, think a bit more. Don't be too keen to get into a trade. Wait for one to appear. I mean, that was a good trade. 2 legs up. I mean, it doesn't look any better than that. We're right on the EMA, right on the top of the trend channel. Beautifully bearish. That was a beauty for me. Just wasn't quick enough to get into it. But just got to try and wait for those trades to appear. And then you can almost guarantee those, can't you, really? They just seem to work so well. I don't think I've ever not taken a trade like that that's lost, to be honest with you, unless I've been caught in the news. So if you can spot these really good trades and have the patience to wait for them, you sort of can't really go wrong. Yeah, it's looking bearish-ish, isn't it? But it's still congested, really. If bearish-ish is the word. Nice candle, exactly where I like it. I'd say there's a good chance we're going lower, but I can't take that trade, not in that lot. It's just too choppy. I'd say if it breaks below, I think there's a reasonable chance we seem to be slowly working our way down, but it's not a good enough trade for me. It's, I suppose, really, if you're counting up here, first entry, second entry, not technically a failure, but because we've had a push back to the bottom and we started again, it's just too choppy, really, isn't it? I want to know what happened at 10:10. That turned everything. Sometimes, I've noticed that happens sometimes, and the only thing I can think of is it might be a turning area, because you got a lot of institutional traders coming in at certain times, or maybe opening positions at certain times, and it might be an area of interest that might get their juices flowing a bit. But that's if I was to have a guess. Yeah, see that one, it's not looking too bad, is it? It's certainly looking bearish, but it's just too choppy and risky to take that one, I think. It obviously worked. I've got to say, I do love those candles when they're like that. You probably hear me go on and on about them, but just where they're so, the top of the body's so tight to the EMA and it's pushing lovely down, but we seem to be coming down, but it is a little congested. It's just, when you're up nicely, it's just taking a risk, isn't it? Looks like more of a bullish bias to me. Yeah, it's just so hard to tell at the moment, isn't it? But I know what you're saying. We tend to be slowly moving up. There's certainly something there, isn't there, that's holding it up, but it's just so hard to tell at the moment, isn't it? I mean, at the moment, we're certainly working down slowly, but we've worked down to here, so maybe we're going to push up. It's hard to say, isn't it? But if you can recognise this stuff and leave it alone, this is the time to go and make a cup of tea, isn't it? And just let it go. Let it go. Sounds easy to have the patience done it. Well, all you got to do is sit there. It sounds really easy, but it's tough sometimes, isn't it? We all know how much money you could potentially make in this, and you're so eager to make money, you just can't wait. Anything that may resemble a slight trade and you want to jump in, but I suppose as you get more skilled, you learn to develop those areas where something's an obvious good trade and something's risky. But it does sound, yeah, I'm finding my patients are getting better and better, because I'm realising, you know, you're going to have days where it's slow and you're going to be sat there for 4 hours taking a couple of scrappy trades. But, you know, it's identifying times like this and just taking a break. That's the hard part. Yeah, it is. It sounds like it's going to be easy. Chris, it sounds like it's really easy. What do you mean patient? So you want to sit at home for a couple of hours and... God, other people go out and work for 10, 12 hours out in the freezing cold or working hard or this. So it sounds like it's going to be easy. But we all know how attractive, you know, the potential rewards are, and it's so easy just to get sucked into that. I mean, we probably all sat there and thought, right, well, I'm going to earn this much that month, this much that month. I'll buy this then, I'll order that car then, we'll move to Dubai then, we'll order this. You get sucked into that, you know, those... rewards of big paydays, and sometimes you can just forget that you've got to get there first, and you've just got to hold your nerve and sit there patiently. Who said bullish? Chris. Yeah, definitely looking bullish now. Be interesting to see what happens when we get up here, whether we have, you know, we bounce, or whether you have a breakout, or whether we just keep going. So we've touched once, we've had a failed breakout and came back in. But every time it touches here, it's higher and higher. Doesn't necessarily mean we're going to go out there, but it certainly puts you off taking a short here, doesn't it? I mean, really, an uptrend, you really want to be going along, don't you? And until it gets to here, and you can't do anything really, can you? Okay, we've broken it. So look at that. Okay, there's a channel working up there, which is broken out of it. As tempting as that is, and as nice as the candle's starting to look, I think it's too risky. I kind of hope it doesn't finish. Yeah, it's just too risky, really, isn't it? It's relatively bearish. It's quite possibly going to come back, but it's risky. Likely. I'm a very new trader, so I only have 6 months under my belt, so take what I said. Well, you're right, mate, it is. I mean, it is, yeah, if you're looking at that section there, it's definitely bullish, isn't it? We're definitely moving up. Trouble is, you know, when you get these range days, 1 minute it's bullish, then it's bearish, then it's, you know, see, I'll be getting a bit nervous now if I had a short in that. It's quite likely going to come down. It may try and push higher again. But I've given up trying to pick the tops unless it's hit it 4 or 5 more times in exactly the same place, and again at the bottom if it's, you know. But I've lost so many trades by just picking tops and bottoms. Although you know, it's bearish, that's for certain, and it's in the right place. I just don't like the fact that it's coming up slowly. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, we've touched here, don't we? We had a failed breakout here. Class that as a failed breakout, and it looks like we're going to make the points. It's quite likely going to come down, but it's the fact that it's doing this is concerning me. If it had come right back to the bottom here, then I'll be thinking about going short there. Right, certainly played out. If anybody took that, you've got your money. Move up, break, new high. It's in the right place. It's just slightly too risky for me, I think. I'd have preferred a higher low. Interesting to see where it comes now. Don't mind pointing at the screen. No one can see. Be interesting to see whether we're coming back to here or whether we break through it. Well, that turned into quite a good trade, actually. Well, it made the points, that is. I consider that a bit risky, but perhaps I'm just being a bit overcautious because I've had a nice early start. But what's making me nervous is it's just pushing up. But usually when we make this quick, sharp, strong movement, it usually finishes somewhere, doesn't it? Anybody go short there, did they? Yeah, so if we look on the 10,000 tick chart, we have got a bit of a channel, haven't we? Trouble is, as a general rule, you don't want to be counter trending if it's going up, which it's sort of in a bit of a channel. It's certainly in a pattern, isn't it? You don't really want to be doing it at the top, but we have had a break and that has played out and we have hit it 3 times, so maybe some will look at that and think it's a good trade, but maybe I'm feeling just a little bit overcautious, which is not a bad thing. Interesting to see what happens when it comes down here. So we've come down in this channel, haven't we? We've had a bit of a break. We're expecting a possible bounce here, aren't we? I certainly don't feel confident about going long here just yet, unless we get a break. I mean, based on what we've seen so far, you would think it would, if it holds here, that it would move back up, but I don't know. I don't like the way it's been a bit volatile and a bit choppy up to now. I wouldn't be surprised if it just turned and did something out of character than what it's been doing. So we've had a bit of a break. and a new low. Not what I would call a definitive one, but it's sort of there if you want to count that. Followed by quite a bullish bar. Sometimes when you get 2 or 3 of these bullish ones, I noticed it yesterday, 2 or 3 bullish ones in there, although there's no setup, then it will shoot up. I noticed it yesterday at one point. We broke the channel on the daily, so it will be interesting to see if we make a new extreme or fail. That's one thing I don't have is the daily. Duplicate window. Okay, let's get a daily one up here. Day one. Daily, okay. Yeah, I see what you mean on the daily. We've had sort of a nice channel going up. Yeah, actually the daily looks quite nice, isn't it? We've had that push down, pull up, push down, pull up. The daily's looking like, well, if you look at the pattern of the daily, it certainly looks like it's about ready to move down, doesn't it? Or does it? Okay, judging by what I'm seeing here. So there's our clear break. Let's leave it there for a minute. We've had a failed breakout here, so it'd be interesting to see whether we do come back down towards the bottom here. Certainly no trade there anyway at the moment, is there? You could say that's a leg, couldn't you? One leg there, and this is another. We've had a break and a new low. It could move up. But I'm not confident. Yeah, the daily. Well, if you look back over the last few weeks, it's made quite a consistent pattern, isn't it? We've come down, come up, come down, come up, come down, come up, and we're about at the top. So you certainly get that impression then that we're due for another big push down, don't you? But I've not really looked at the daily much. I know Mac looks at the daily, but I suppose really the more information you get about something, the better. But the trouble is, you know, one bar on the daily, equates to, a whole day's movement here, doesn't it? So we may get another bar up, and it might necessarily not mean nothing, but I know what you're saying. I'd want it to break the EMA, push above it and come back for a lower high before I consider going long. In fact, I don't know how confident I am going long, although we are at the moment. I think it's safe to say that's some form of a channel, doesn't it? It doesn't look the neatest one, but something like that a minute ago, didn't we? Touching there, touching there, touching there. You could come down here, couldn't you? That touch is better on the top. But we're missing here, aren't we? So I'd like to think that was I don't know, maybe it is like that. Yeah, it doesn't look like a channel to me, that. Although it fits in there, but it doesn't look like a nice channel. Channels are usually a lot more obvious, I think. Okay, so we've got up brake, down, low brake. You would think we'd be going up, wouldn't you? But is it going to run out of steam at some point? $10,000 tick chart looks like it could go up from here. That's in a bit of an up range, showing all this. In fact, it's a bit of a better looking range that than this is. Come down, brake, new low. Down, brake, new low. Congested, prices being held, EMA's flat. Still a bit choppy, isn't it? Okay, down, brake, new low. Up, first entry. Let's see if we get a push above here and maybe a failure. But you could go, I mean, if that ended up bearish, you could possibly think coming down short, but that's played out, isn't it? And we sort of are moving up, aren't we, in a way? No setup though, is there? Yeah, 10,000 tick chart looks like it's moving in quite a nice channel, doesn't it? And looking what we've done there, it looks like it's going to push up, doesn't it? So if we go from here, you could go like that, couldn't you? Or you could go like that. Start with the short term one. Break, new high. I'm just thinking there's quite likely going to be some shorts trapped there. And if it breaks above there, so that's the second entry short, that is. Trouble is, just if that does sort of play to a measured move, we're going up to here. I don't know how sure I am of sticking my stop. I'm tempted to put an order across here, but it's too far away for me. I don't like it. Try to go once, try to go twice. Technically it's a failure, isn't it, if it ends bullish? Let me just get a buy order ready. See how it finishes. Because I'd say there's going to be some shorts trapped there if it does break above there. Let's have a go. Let's see. It's quite a big it's quite a big risk. That's the downside. Okay. Certainly looks like we're going up on the 10,000 tick chart. It's a big risk though, isn't it? Ooh, I'm losing my nerve a bit. I'm losing my nerve a bit. Go on, up you go. Oh, yeah. That was a bit silly, that was. I lost my nerve a bit there. There was a couple of $100 I could have had there. The only thing that's on my mind is this. That's the only thing that's concerning me. Ah, that was stupid of me. I ended up with about $30 there. Oh, I should have waited. I should have trusted the trade. I'd have got that, I think, wouldn't I? Nearly. That was silly on my behalf, that was. What an idiot. Why did I get in there, didn't I? So I'd have probably come up to around about here. I'm just going to rub my nose in it by leaving that on there. I got to learn to trust me trades. It's a failed secondary short, big bearish bar. We certainly seem to be working up, don't we? We've had a little bit of a possible breakout of this trade. I think because it's quite close to the top there. And I was concerned we'd finish on a measured move. We finished a measured move which would reverse it. And I didn't want to get trapped out of it. Yeah, I think if you're patient, you're going to get your points there. I panicked a bit because that one came back and I thought this is where the measured move finishes. Yeah, look at that. Well, I've got to learn to trust me trades. Look at that. Oh, look at that go. Stupid that was. Very silly me that. Oh, look at that. I could have been done and dusted for the day. I've got to learn to be a bit more confident in my trades. First entry, second. The only thing that made me slight that it was a little bit further away from the EMA, but the more I look at it, the more I think it's a good trade. But sometimes you can get, when you're up a bit, you can get a little bit of doubt, and I'm still going to rub my nose in it. Look, maybe as if I'd have took my look at that. Look, some nice points available there. Oh well. Note to self: trust your trades more. Okay, we do seem to be having something like of so perhaps that is like that. Perhaps that is like that. Okay, that actually looks a bit better now. Oh yeah, look at that. If I'd have left that on, down, break, new low, push up, triangle low once, triangle low twice, fails, push it, big bullish bar, breaks above this. I'm guessing there may be a few shorts in there. Not many because it didn't spike, but look, I should have trusted myself. It's a shame you can't click a back button. Anybody else go long there? You've all gone quiet. Oh, that's a shame. I'd have been. Oh, I may have even dragged my profit up here and followed it up. So I may have it. It's $1,000 for the day there. That's a shame. I've got to start trusting my trades. 15 points. Good on you, lad. Well done. I should stop. 15 points. How many contracts you're trading? Even with one, if you're trading one contract, you're up about $750. Certainly seems an easy. There's certainly some trades around. I did a failed second entry off the EMA on my chart. So you went on the same one as me, did you? I think it's too far from the EMA. It is a little bit. It is a little bit. But if you go with this channel, it looks okay. But I think because I drew that first section there with a measured move, and I was expecting it to come here, and when we had that little bearish bar for a second, I thought I'm going to get caught out here, so I jumped out and ended up with about $30. I should have just trusted the fact that, you know, we've had the big push down and it's played out, and we are working up at the moment, and that looks a lot more like a trend channel to me now. It didn't earlier for some reason, but now we've worked back up here again. Yeah, it happens, doesn't it? I was frustrating myself for missing that one, and then that one I ended up I just chucked my money away, didn't I? But oh well. I suppose the one saving grace, you went long 1524. At 1524 your chart time, 1524, so around about here. So you probably went long here. Did you catch that move? Did you look for a measured move? Well, what I did see is I went there, didn't I? And it stalled about here, and I think I put that as a measured move. And when we had, let's make it a bit bigger. When we had that bearish bar, I panicked a bit. But I gotta say, if I could take that trade now, the way that channel is looking, I'd have left it. And I'd have done really well out of it. But I suppose the one saving grace, this is only an evaluation. So, you caught it. Good on you, mate. Good on you. The only saving grace, this is an evaluation, so... Okay, so it's going to take me an extra trade. That's fine. That's not doing that. I'm still up for the day. I haven't lost any money, have I? As such. No, I haven't. Okay, so... Be interesting to see what happens here now. Whether we come back into this channel range, or whether we come back and keep pushing up. I don't know. Early days yet, so where did I take that? That was the one I took, wasn't it? I'll work out what I did. I don't know, I got much out of that. I think I got $30 out of it or something. Okay. I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break. I'm going to grab a quick cup of coffee and I'll be back up. Okay, I'm back. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Catch it good on you. Looks to be respecting the channel. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It didn't look right earlier, but it's working there, isn't it? In fact, that's probably one of the neater channels you'll see actually, because it's let's have a look. Yeah, that fits really nice, that. We're getting this little bit of sideways movement, see, so people are thinking, okay, yeah, we've had a channel, but you can have a channel within a range, so maybe people are thinking we're going to come back into the range. If we do, we're going to come back to here, or are we going to start then? It's hard to say, isn't it? For the record, I liked that last trade. I did not see the small break bar lower first. You mean that little red one there? Yeah, look at that. See, if I'd have had that overall, if I'd have I drew it a couple of times and then took it off. If I'd have left that, then I'd have probably just thought, well, we're going up, aren't we? We have here, we've come back. We have here, we've come back. We have here, we've come back. So it goes, you know, you think it's almost a given, don't you? And it is a failure with a beautiful bearish bar. It's close enough to the EMA, considering we've just pushed up to here, we've held, and then we pushed through it. That's a real shame we end up. I know it's only an evaluation at the moment, but you know what I might have done is push my profit up here and followed it up, and it would have got up there quick. So I may have even got $500 or $600 out of that, which would have put me close to $2,500 a trade, a couple of trades away. I keep saying to myself, trust your trades. Sometimes I have doubts. But then when I sit and look back at the end of the day, I think actually it was a good trade. So people are unsure now what we're doing. I think it's unlikely we're going to push out higher because we've had this big strong push up from sideways movement. I mean, even if we are in this channel, this range, we're at the top of it, so you know, you would think then it would come down towards the bottoms, or if it is a failed breakout of the range, because obviously you can have channels in front of, you know, within ranges. The little box on the left corner, the little box, this here, is that what you mean? All that is, mate, is the it's like your tools and stuff. You should have that on there anyway, I think, because when you connect, you'll click connect and then so on. But all I do is just let's just make it a bit smaller. Just just so I can see where I am and what my total tally is. Just move that way you want. That's just your normal toolbox. You might need to get rid of some of these. Just get rid of some of. I mean, I need to know that it's definitely my Apex account, what my balance is, and what I'm up for the day minus fees. Coco Trades. Have you been here before or not? You look like a new face. Coco Trades. No problem, anytime. But yeah, I just sit it there so I can see where I am. The trouble is with this, it gives you your tally without commissions. Maybe you can fix it so it takes commissions into account. I don't know. Bit of silent watcher. Speak up, man. Yeah, some people, I don't know, find it distracting if people are talking when you're trying to concentrate. I don't mind it, actually. Okay, this is what I sort of expected. I didn't expect it to push higher because we're at the top of this channel anyway, and we've technically broken out of this range which we've been in so far. But you can clearly have channels within a range day. So maybe this is just a failed breakout. We had the sort of same here, really, didn't we? We had a channel, a bit of a sort of an overshoot, failed breakout, came back in. But the only trouble is, ever since we hit this first time, every time we've come back down, we've hit at a higher point. So it does make you wonder whether we're going to respect this channel and keep on working up and have maybe a bit of an uptrend for the day, because we've had, over the last few days, we've sort of steadily come down, haven't we? So I can go back to sleep now, but already had a coffee. Yeah, that's the trouble. I have a couple of coffees when I'm doing this, and I end up nipping backwards and forwards to the bathroom all day. So I've just made a cup of tea now, so. Ah, good on you. From what? Is that your first payment? I haven't had one yet. Is that your first payment, is it? It's nice to make some money finally, isn't it? It must make you feel good when you get your first payment. 6 a.m. Ah, you're in Hawaii, you lucky devil. Oh, please tell me it's lovely and warm out there, is it? One more push up left according to my counting. Okay, so let's see what happens here. I like this to see what happens here. Hawaii. My wife would love to go to Hawaii. But my daughter will be going, there's volcanoes, we can't go there. Oh, please tell me it's warm. Please tell me you're on a beach. It's freezing cold outside here. Some people are just lucky, aren't they? Hawaii. Kind of chilly right now. When you say chilly, you mean what, 25 degrees? Maybe it's not for you now. I think we tend to go on centigrade a bit. At the moment, I think it's about 3 degrees out there, so it's pretty cold. I don't think Hawaii probably ever sees 3 degrees, does it? I'd say you're probably quite likely in the 20s about now, are you? $77. What's that in centigrade? We go in centigrade over here. I think that's still pretty warm, isn't it? That's still pretty warm. You lucky devil. Mind they do say, a lot of people say they love the UK because of the climate. Because we do have a mixture of nice, quite warm summers, but cold winters. And I've got to say, sometimes when we had some warm weather this year. We hit records over here. We had, I think, about 41.5 degrees over here this year in the summer. And that was hot. So I find sometimes when you've had a really hot summer, you look forward to that fresher air, cleaner night's sleep. Hello, mate, how you doing? Captain Kirk's with us. I faded the last overnight high range. So you faded that one then, did you? I take it? And Brexited below the EMA got me back in black. So I take it you went there, did you? Yeah, that was a bit of a range, wasn't it? But that was at the top of the range, quite bearish. So Still a bit sideways for me, but you pilots have got balls of steel, haven't you? So, but that's worked nice for you, that has. Are you? I take it are you scalping 0.2 points or what? Because if I managed to get a short there, I'd expect it. I'd maybe try and run it back at 9:30. 9:30. Let's have a look here. Okay, let's have a look at that. So, to me, there's your short-term trend. Small break, new low. You could say that's a bit wider, but to me, I tend to go the shorter the better, I think. The thing about doing a short like that, I could say, okay, we've had a break and a new low now. Interesting to see where it goes now, whether it does work within this channel. I only scalp when I check it out. Did you see that? Where I chickened out there, look at that. I went long there, which was it was a failed second entry short. I went long there. I drew two measured legs which come to here, and then I saw this bar come back, and I panicked and dropped my stop, and I think I took $30 as opposed to maybe $400 or $500 up here. But I never had that larger channel drew. I drew it earlier but took it off because something didn't feel right. But if I'd have that there now, I'd have run that right up here. My box disappears as soon as you click. Right, what you got to do is, what did I do? I think you got to go into settings and click. I can't remember. Just Google it. I can't remember what you got to do. I know what you mean. If I put this, the 10,000 tick, and then click off it, it disappears. So I had to do something to keep it on here. I can't remember what it was now, but it's something in the settings which it locks it so it becomes part of the screen. I can move it around so it doesn't, shoot to the back. But just Google it or YouTube it or ask someone in one of the forums or one of the Facebook groups, and they'll put you right on that. But you chicken out, yeah. See, I quite like swing trading them now. I do. I always tend to do minimum 1-to-1. I have my contract set at 14 ticks. I thought I set it at more than that. Yeah, sorry, 3.5 points. That is, yeah. I have it set at 3.5 points, which I sort of like to do. It tends to be 1-to-1, but sometimes you want to just drag them up and just see if you can get a bit more. Follow your stop up, and I tend to do that a little bit more now, and it seems to work in my benefit. Yeah, just Google it or YouTube it, or if that doesn't give you any results, just ask in one of the Facebook groups. They'll put you right on that. Let's have a look at this. Okay, so that's a short-term trend break. 2 legs down to a new low, or even if it was a bigger channel like that, we've had a break and a new low. So based on what we're doing so far, I'm thinking we're going to be moving up. That's based on the channel, but if you base it on the range, we've had a failed breakout, so maybe we're coming back into this range a little bit lower than this channel. So we've got to keep our options open. So what I'm going to do is make that a little bigger, because I would say that is probably better, in which case we've had a break in a new low anyway, so it doesn't matter whether I left it at the top section and used the break as low. We're low anyway, so we've had a break and a new low. Hello, mate. How you doing? To be honest with you, if I'd have got, there was a trade earlier which I took, and I missed it, and it came down low, so I'd have got some nice points out of that and that one as well. I bottled it up here and ended up with 3 ticks, but I think if I'd have, I think another day I may have been up about $1,200 now. So I'm a little bit frustrated, but I am green. And it's a valuation anyway, so if I'd have been on a P account, I may have been a little bit more frustrated, but you know, it happens, don't you? Sometimes you miss trades. The other day, I went 3 times to try and drop it onto a short, and it kept kicking me out, and it would have triggered me and gone up and stopped me out, so I got lucky. So sometimes, you know, luck's pretty fair, isn't it? Sometimes you get lucky. That's all we want. If we can get green at the end of the day, we're doing all right, aren't we? Okay. So we've had a break. We've gone on new low, haven't we? Currently, this is looking like a hairy bottom. Not literally, I hope. See, based on this channel, and it's fitting nice with this channel, you would think that we now would be moving up, but we have been in a range as well, haven't we? So maybe this is just a failed breakout, but it is looking like it wants to go up again, doesn't it? So it's just trying to find a decent entry. But there again, we might do this, bounce up a couple of times off here, and then come back properly into the range. So it's you got to be careful. Too big a green bar. Yeah, see, this is the area, isn't it? We're either going up or coming down. We may go sideways. Absolutely. It's got to push right through, isn't it? And then come back and see if you're better. See, I mean, this is a definitive break now, isn't it? We've had a definitive break, 2 pushes back up. It's not, well, it's got there, isn't it? But it's not got there through. So maybe that's given an impression we are starting to get more bearish. But even if we had a big bullish bar here, I don't think I could take it. You've got to, like you say, you've got to get up back through the EMA. But, you know, the way we've had 2 pushes and we haven't got through it is telling me that we may start to become bearish back into this bigger channel. The fade I took was 9:30. It was here. It's up here. This is it now, isn't it? From what I'm seeing, we are now working back into this overall channel range, rather. Yeah, so that certainly looked like a channel. It was a channel, really, wasn't it? It seemed to respect the tops really nice, didn't it? But we now seem to be coming back into this overall range. Be interested how low it comes down. This is the 10,000 tick chart, I think, isn't it? Yeah, 10,000 tick chart. What's going on there? Okay. Bounce off here. The midline. Yeah, there's certainly a reaction there, isn't there? There is there. There is here. Yeah, it's sort of here as well, isn't there? Yeah, it's certainly playing a part, isn't it? Or we could have, this could be our second leg. Where would this take us? Okay, so it's, let's have a look. Let's move that. Okay, there's a first leg, there's a second leg. It's there, I think, isn't it? Or is it? Yeah. There's our first leg down, there's our second leg down. Let's get this out of the way, it's just confusing. Okay, first leg down. Break, couple of pushes up to the MA, second leg down. It's holding here, isn't it? So, well, when part around here, part of the way around this midline. So that's played out, isn't it? And I can't see it coming back up here into this. I think we're back in the range now. I'm trying to earn money, my wife's out spending it. Christmas shopping. Just one more thing, just one more thing. Just one more thing, I forgot. That's it now. No, there's just one more thing. And we got links to our, I can see my phone, and we got links to our bank. And every minute I'm hearing ching, ching. Yeah, there is, isn't there? Quite a nice big bullish bar. Too risky to go long, I think. Although we are expecting a pushback here, but I wouldn't be surprised. Well, it's triggered. I wouldn't be shocked if it came back and stopped you out. But, I mean, we've had this measured move, haven't we? And we've come back to the MA the first time, so I think there's a fair chance we're going to come back. But I've been stopped out with these so many times. Yeah, I've been caught out so many times with these. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but I've given up trying to pick bottoms. No, I won't, mate. That's a trade for a day where I've not made nothing and I've been trading 3 hours and I'm losing my patience. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if you got stopped out there. Having said that, it's broken below, so perhaps this is a lower high or a higher low or a lower high, higher low. but it's struggling, isn't it? So it's risky, that is. It's risky. You know, sometimes I get tempted to just buy now. Just buy it and then put your stop down there and you're only risking a point, aren't you? But I find sometimes that it's just a bit scrappy, that isn't a bit... It's not... I don't think it's a good habit to get into. But because we've broken up here, and there's a reasonable chance we're going to go up, and you think sometimes if I get in halfway... What is that? Still nearly 4 bars, isn't it? If you're getting down here, maybe you're risking 1 bar and 3/4. You'd think we'd get a pullback, wouldn't you? Because we've had a measured move. We've had this one move, pull back to the EMA, second move, pull back to the EMA. I just don't like the way it's a little bit stalling. Yeah, if you're in that trade there, your arse is going to be twitching about now. And I wouldn't be shocked if it does break below there. That gives us the momentum. I think we'll make it a bit of a spike down. Well, it does look like it's trying to get up. But if it does break below there, I'll be interested to see how many longs are in there. Buy if we get a quick point or point and a half drop. But I'll be shocked if there wasn't some longs in there. I wouldn't be very confident now. There you go. Not as many as you might think. I was expecting a little quicker push. I think there was a few longs there, but not many. It'd be interesting to see where we're coming back to now, because there is a little bit of resistance around there, isn't there? If you look, that bar there, touch right there. So did that, so did that. It's still an area of support, isn't it? If you want to go down that line, so that might be your better trade. Too risky for me. I think we're certainly due to come up to here, but I've been caught out on so many of them. Be interested to see if it breaks through there. Then we may have a good push down. Then there you go. See if you got into that. Bit of a spurt there. There was a few more longs in that than that, I would say, by the way we had that quick little spike down. That's why I've given up just trying to pick bottoms, tops, but you know, if I'd have gone long there, I'd have got stopped out. If I'd have gone long there, I'd have got stopped out. So you'd have lost 2 trades there. So I've just given up trying to guess where it's likely to go. And considering we are quite a way away from the EMA, it's looking pretty bearish, isn't it? You know, I wouldn't be shocked if we had another shoot towards the bottom here. Perhaps that's our little pullback. Perhaps that's because of the downward momentum. Perhaps that's as much as a pullback as we're going to get. So the bottom's down here, isn't it? Where's the next line down here? Okay, it's only touched once, so that's no real resistance, is it? So next stop is the bottom, really, if we do manage to get down again. Sometimes there can be a few traps, though, can't there, around here? You went long there, you got stopped out. You went long there, you got stopped out. You went short here, triggered. Maybe you're going to get a risky area, isn't it? I'm certainly not considering taking anything until we maybe make our way back down to here or get back up to the EMA. See, if it had gone short there now, you'd have been panicking. So really, there was 3 traps in that little section there. If it does go up and trigger above this short here, I mean, it's a lovely bearish bar, but that you couldn't really take that. There'll be people who will have done, but you can't take that so far from the EMA. I'll be surprised if we don't get a little jump above that. Now that's, I'd say, possibly a way of going riding it back up. I'd say that possibly might break above there now. Back to the EMA by the looks of things. Still risky. It may end up being another trap yet. So if you went long, you were trapped. If you went long, you went trapped. If you went short, you've been trapped. And there's another long here, but that, I think that's maybe a better one to get back up to the EMA, but it's a big bar and it's just too risky at the moment, isn't it? What's that? It's a 4-point bar. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if you got trapped there as well. 3.935 was a key area, as it was the swing. Hold on a minute, I've got my thing blocked. Is it the swing low that created the high of the day? Swing low that created the high of the day. You mean this high? Oh no. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, here. Yeah. The swing low, or here. Yeah, I mean we looked at that, didn't we? There's some resistance around there, isn't there? Yeah, I mean those two bars sit nicely there, don't they? That touched it, that touched it, that touched it. These two have touched it, so that might be. We may go into this sort of thing now, mightn't we? We may go into above this bar and below here, this sort of like a type of a range now, pattern of a range. Okay, so that's a failure, that is. See, there's some shorts there, isn't there? But to me, that looks like it might be moving up a bit. Wishing you were up there. Wishing you were up there. Yeah. Yeah, see, if they've gone long right at the bottom there, your bum's going to be shaking now because you're just about to get stopped out. Yeah, there it goes. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 traps there. There was definitely a few trap where we had that quick little spike. Better to sit on your hands, absolutely, mate. Or if you're in the UK, a hot water bottle. Nothing worse than a shape, absolutely. But I think that's the good thing about trading. When you do identify these patterns and you leave them alone for, for a certain reason, I could see there were some traps there, which is why I stayed out of it. And it's nice when they trigger and they get stopped out, because it just, it just keeps pumping those little bits of information into your neurons, making you a better trader and a more aware trader. So I love the fact that sometimes when I think there's something not right about that one, or there's a possible trap there, and I leave it and it works, it just tells me I'm learning more and more about, about the market and about reading the market. Yeah, I think it was a given we were going to come back up to here. But it'll be interesting now whether we continue up. In fact, if we get a push up and see if you look at this area here, we may even now move between this sort of area here now. So it'll be interesting to see what happens now we get to the EMA. Whether we do sort of come here and then come back towards the bottoms, or whether we start to push up. Price is finished right there, isn't it? So, if I'm thinking about going along, I usually like it to see it push strongly, nicely above it, and then pull back and retest it. wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit of sideways movement there. People are thinking, right, are we going up or are we going down? Hence that bit of stall in there. See, if we don't get above it, even if we get a bearish bar, I'd still feel a bit uncertain about going short here, because we've had such a good push down and we've bounced on this level. I wouldn't be confident going short, even if we end up getting a nice sort of, if you engulf this with a nice big bearish bar, I'd still be, because we've had sort of two pushes down. Mind you, sometimes when you think it can't go any lower, off it goes, but I just, yeah, it's, I mean, look at that. It's congested there, isn't it? Worst thing to do is get involved in a trade there. It's a close outside. Your chart must look a bit different than mine, I think. You can pull back to the 39.36 up here. I think we're there, aren't we? 39.36, near enough. Yeah, it's just, it's not pushing up strong enough for me, really. It's struggling. I wouldn't be shocked if that bar comes back and ends up with 3 dojis in a row. Should go past 39.37 for short to be about 39.37. 39.37. So up here, you're thinking, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's bearish if it stays like that, but I'm not confident enough to go. Like I say, I wouldn't be shocked if it ends up being 3 dojis. But I think whichever way it does go, when it goes, I think it'll possibly go quick. Certainly trying to push it up, aren't they? Looks like it's going to finish. Yeah, okay, so there's a first entry. It's just I couldn't bring myself to go high there, to go long there. Although it's a lovely bullish candle, and that's where I like them. I don't know. As tempting as it is, I don't like the way it's sitting on the side of all those dojis. I think it's likely it's going to go up, but it's not pushing up. It's broken above there. It's not pushing as quick as I thought it might. If we get a failure, then I may go. I may get long. If we go down, we go down to reach the bottom of the range. Absolutely, yeah, that's what I thought. See, sometimes, when it comes back to the MA, it can push up a couple of times then before it comes down. There's one push. Perhaps we're pushing up again before we come down. It's certainly not strong, is it? It's not pushing up strongly. It passed it, yeah. It's not pushing up strongly, is it? There's not a lot of buying confidence, I don't think, is there? Okay, so there's your first entry. See if it breaks below this. I still don't think it's strong enough for me to want to go long. See if it does trigger below there and turn into a failure. If then it's bullish, then there's going to be people in that trade. So sometimes a stop the opposite side, just in case it comes down, can produce a bit of a result. But it's not confidently going high enough for me. It's certainly a second. It's turned into a possible failure, isn't it? We've had 2 pushes, 2 breaks. Technically, if it breaks above there, it's a failure, but it's just still looking bearish for me. It's not strong enough. you know, I'm thinking maybe it's just going to come down here, or but even if it finishes bearish, I'd want a lower high. But it has triggered below that bearish candle, but it's sitting on the top of that the EMA, and it's gone flat, isn't it? I'd say from what I'm seeing now, we're going to be coming down, maybe here, maybe I think possibly down here somewhere towards the bottom. See if we can move down some more and then get a bit of a pullback. Then I think then we're going to come down here then, and that'll give me some confidence to go short. But at the moment, that EMA is sitting almost perfectly flat. If it breaks above this candle here, then it may then move up quick. Okay, then I think now we may move up a bit. I think it's, you know, it's sat around there. It's been given enough time to go low. That's I still expected it to push higher. I thought there may be a few shorts there, but I think more people are expecting it to go higher, but struggling. Stopped out. What did you do, bud? You went short there, did you? Yeah, I'd say you went short there. As you know, I think we're coming down, but the trouble is when you put a short there when the EMA's flat, and it's, you know, it's above the EMA, it's risky because we are getting some congestion as well. So people are unsure at the moment. It's an area of indecision. You know, we've come back to the EMA a couple of times now. We're either going to push back and move to the upside, or we're going to continue down and get to the lower part of this channel. Could be, yeah, exactly. I think, you know, I'm thinking short at the moment, but I haven't seen anything that would give me the confidence to do it. I wish I had the money to put a short here and put a stop up here and just sit and wait. But yeah, it's people are unsure. That's why we get that sideways movement. But at the moment, for me, you know, we've had these two legs down. We've had this bit of sideways movement. We've gone up to the EMA, but we're struggling. But we are struggling on the upper side of it. But we still have all this area down here, don't we? So it's hard to say, really. It could go up, could go down at the moment, the way it's looking. It's inching higher, but it is starting to look a bit more bullish. So you think that, you know, the longs are getting a little bit stronger, and I think when it does go, it should move off relatively quickly. Yeah, EMA's holding prices and it's starting to move up slightly. So I think the balance is shifted in the way of the longs, I think. It's certainly starting to look like that. Excuse me, just for 1 minute. Okay. Yeah, buyers are increasing now, aren't they? So you got a new low, haven't you? Struggle low one, struggle light failed. Maybe some somewhere in that trade, but to be fair, the way that looks sideways there, it's risky, that is. It's just not pushing up as confidently as I thought it might do when it starts to get above here. Wales are still at the office. Too early for the 3 martini break. I thought single malt was the drink of choice nowadays. Yeah, there's no real follow through, is there? It's not the confidence that I thought it would be. Stalling a little bit, isn't it? Feels the 2 legs down from the new high of the day is a bit wonky. Is a bit of a wonky channel. Let's see. I did think about that, but it does look a bit off straight away, doesn't it? It's going to take us over there, isn't it? Yeah, it may be. It may be. So what you're thinking is we're in this channel now, we've had a break and we're possibly coming down. I'm still not convinced we're going up. It's certainly working towards that, but not confidently enough, as if people are thinking, well, they're expecting it to go down. So we've had that push down, haven't we? 2 pushes back up to the MA break, and then 1, 2, probably 3 shoots down for the low here, and we've pushed back up. It's almost sideways with a slight yeah, I think if we can get below here, I'm expecting then quite a sharp push down. But I thought when we get above here, especially this bar here, I thought we might, have quite a spurt, but this might be our drop down now. Oh, look. Yeah, see, if this holds down here, I'm expecting it then to come either back down to this or lower if it manages to hold. Unfortunately, there's nothing there, is there? There's no setup at all there. But yeah, the longs are giving up. The longs have tried to get up, and they really haven't, do they? In fact, I'm not surprised it's come down there and then a new bar quickly and then down and down. There was just no support there, was there? We had a little push up, and then if you noticed, they're getting smaller and smaller, and then down they go. Too congested. So if that channel is respected, you would expect to get down to here, wouldn't you? But it'd be nice to get a lower high, wouldn't it? Oh, perhaps a buyer's just come in. More chop. Looks that way, doesn't it? Trap. Shall we go down after this? Yeah, it is a bit sketchy. It's not obvious, is it? Surprised that big green bar didn't tell more sellers. And jump higher. Yeah, sometimes you think, there we go. And then this pushes up. And you think, well, they tried pushing the market up here, but couldn't. And it took that little bit of a drop to push it back up. But it's just going sideways now, isn't it? It's almost like it down you go, and the buyers go, we ain't having none of that. And they push it back up, and the sellers are going, well, you are actually, and it goes down again. Triple test. Yeah, the thing about well, it's quite a lot of tests, isn't it? The trouble is with these sort of triple tests, if we were definitely in a range or area, I'd say yeah, but I think it's too risky. EMA is very flat. And if you went short there, I'd be a bit worried, I would be. You know, I'm still thinking I'm thinking we're more likely to come down than we are up, because we've had a good try there, haven't we? But it's people are still unsure, which is why we're getting this. And I don't like to get in a trade if we're going sideways. I mean, if we're clearly going up to the top and then straight down the bottom, then I will. But the way it's just stalling here, you scalped out. What did you do? You took that one, did you? What did you get out of that? Let's have a look. I'm assuming you scalped out somewhere around here. Did you? A couple of points a point? Yeah, it concerned me because sometimes you get these ones that's come down, it's gone up, it's come down. Sometimes it'll do the same and go back up. But we got a new high. Try to call once. I mean, if we get a okay, if that ends up bearish, so you would think that would be enough to take it to the bottom, but 1 point. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the trouble is with me, with what I'm taking, I'm expecting to get down the bottom, so it's just too risky, really. Yeah, see, if I'd have, what did that give you? So that would have given us, well, I'd have to push through, so I'd have get about 3 points out of that, and I'd have waited to go a bit longer there, and I'd be twitching right now. I'd have probably had me stop above these, which is slightly higher, but it really can't make its mind up, can it? .3 points. You got 3 points. What did you get 3 points on? You didn't go here, did you? You wouldn't have got 3 points there, I don't think. Oh no, sorry. It went to, yeah, it did go for 3 points, isn't it? So I'd go 1-to-1. I've got mine set for 3.5 points. And that, I would say, 4, 5, 6, 7 is 3.25, isn't it? So tick above, tick below. 3 3.75 points. So I'd have, if I'd have gone short there, I'd have been expecting it to come down to here, if not lower. So I'd have probably had me take profit down here. So I'd have probably I'd have shit out there a bit. But okay, so I'd have put my stop here. Sometimes I give it one extra tick, but it looks like if anybody took that was in there. Just the fact that these 3 bars are stacking would have put me off that. 6 months ago I'd have probably took it, but yeah. If there was any shorts in there now, I'm really shocked that there might not have been maybe a few here or something here. I thought if it pushed up there we might get a bit of a, but it's really gone flat, hasn't it? Measured leg 3942. 3942. Measured leg from the bottom here. So would you go there, would you? 3942, which is, that's about it. You might be right then, my mate. Nice bar, but too risky. If we are going to come up to here, this might be a little bit of a pull back, pull back, followed by another push. EMA slowly starting to point upwards. I am at there. Yep, Steve, new face. I am at 3931. 3931. What do you mean you are at? That's where you're expecting it to come back to? Or you went long there? 393. If you went long there, you're doing all right. Second one too long. Or this could be a fell. Well, I don't know. We're sort of in a range, but we're not really, are we? We only touched the bottoms here and touched the tops. I suppose it's more of a channel than a range, but if thinking channel, then this might be a failed breakout, but I don't think we can properly call that a channel just yet, can we? Long. Oh, so you went long down here, did you? Not that one, obviously that one. 3931, so yeah, you'd have gone long there, and you're still in that. Good on you, mate. Balls of steel, especially seeing this. So look, so where are you now? You're up to, you're around about up to, at the moment, you're around about up to 9 points. See this red line here, that was the market open. So that's where we opened. And fun enough, where this measured leg more or less comes to, so this might be a couple of pushes up to here. So perhaps we're generally on the way up. There's 4 points here. So there's the day's open, and that's a measured leg. And look at that, isn't that weird, isn't it? A measured leg would take you exactly to the day's open. It's isn't it weird how these things work out sometimes? Weird. Probably get rid of this for a minute. Another shake out of the longs, yeah, possibly. What's the overall picture looking like? Down, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if they came down to the bottom here. And we had that breakout, didn't we? And then a good couple of solid pushes down, and up to the EMA, a little bit of sideways, a little bit of a drop up again, maybe a bit more sideways. So yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we came down here, but it's just a little bit it's not clear really, is it? It's not clear. I mean, this looks like a sort of a range, doesn't it? But I wouldn't be confident about going long here really. First entry, second. No, I'm still thinking bearish at the moment. There's not enough strong buying really. Stopped out today. Oh, bad luck, mate. Where did you go? What did you do? Let me have a look. Long at 39. You went long here. I'll try not rub your nose in it, mate. You went long there. What did you go long there on? Or was that where you got taken out? You went. I can't remember what you said now. Did you go long there? I can't remember what you said now. Where'd you go? Long at 39. Making a run for the lows. Yes. Yeah, there's not enough buying power for me really to be convinced we're going up. I thought when we had this sideways, I thought when we had a break above here, I thought off it would go. Second entry long, good bar. Where'd you go from? Second entry long. That one there? Second entry long there? Not that one, I don't think, did you? First entry, so did you go long there? I don't know. I'm not sure. No, you wouldn't have gone long there. It would have had to be either here or here, wouldn't it? I almost took that second entry short from the top of the channel. That one there, second entry short. Yeah, it was second entry short. Trouble is, it's. I still think you made the right choice to leave it because it is congested. It's uncertain, isn't it? Still, and it's so easy just to trigger you and then stop you out and then end up flying down like a rocket. So you know, I know sometimes these trades where we think we do this, you know, we missed out. We should have done it right. But to me, it's too sideways. That is, it's not clear, and that is it's an inside bar for starters, so they're not as reliable. See, look, but you think the buyers are exhausted now, sellers, quick push, but look what's happening, we're stalling again. Your signal bar is much better. Oh, your signal, okay, yeah. We've reached the MM. Midline, mid something? What do you call it? Middle mark? Yeah, it's not clear, is it? Oh, wrong one. Yeah, it's not clear still. If anything, it still looks a bit rangy. Okay. There's a lower high. See, that's tempting. But it's just still too sideways for me. I think after that push, if we were going to get some serious buys in it, it would have gone off quicker. I mean, EMA's pointing down a bit, but it's 15. It's a 15 tick. Yeah, tick above it. It's just too risky, that is. I kind of hoping it doesn't finish bearish, but no, it's just too sideways. That is too risky. Although we've had a push down, we may get another push down. I'm still expecting low, but that to me is just a risky place to look at it. It's still all sideways. Yeah, that 18 ticks. Tick above, tick below. It's 20 ticks that. It's too risky. Too big, really. I mean, it's a nice looking bar. And I still think we're going low, and it's a second entry low, but just look. Look at that, see. If you go low there, it may tick out the bottom and up it will go. It's risky, that is. Didn't that other balls to put a live order in? Yeah. Do you know something, mate? I what I find is when you see a good trade, it jumps out at you. It gets you sort of excited. And if you're looking at something and you don't get that feeling, then I think that's a good indicator that you're not 100% confident, and you've got that sort of balance between wanting to get in and make some money and obviously hold back a bit. So I think, I think when you see a good trade, you just know, don't you? I mean, I can pick some. If I can look back over the last week every day, I'm convinced. I'm sure I can pick a couple of trades that I just know will work. There was one earlier. The one I took, I thought about maybe 85-90% it'll work. The lower one that I missed, I'd have said 95% that'd have worked all day long, in my opinion. But there are some trades like that. So if a trade doesn't jump out at you, I think that's a good indicator that you're not that confident. It might be a good reason to stay out of it. Sometimes, I think people underestimate instincts. I think they're in so many different walks of life. Instincts are everything. If you don't have your instincts, then you can get yourself in all sorts of trouble. See, I know it didn't tick below that red bar, but when it pushed down and a lovely big bearish bar, it's tempting, isn't it? But then look what happened. It came back up. If you would have got in there, or you would have bought there. Fortunately, it never triggered. But on my bar, it never triggered. Maybe someone else's it might have. But it's way too choppy, isn't it? And whenever it's like this, really, that's the time to put your feet up. And there's nothing worse than having a nice start to the day, sitting there for a few hours, and then being a bit too over keen and taking a loss at the end of the day, and you've ended up giving all your money back. I'd much rather finish on something than nothing. I mean, look at that, $421 for a day. Yeah, not many people earn money like that, really. I know it's an evaluation, but just for a little bit of work. If I'd have been lucky enough to get that trade, I'd have doubled that. So, it's good money. So sometimes you can be a little bit over keen and get a bit too excited. I know I've been guilty of it. Yeah, in some walks of life, instincts can save your life, can't they? Absolutely. I've missed a couple of trades. The one I bottled out of, that would have made me my money. That would have got me up to $800. The one I missed earlier, I'd have been on $1,200 for the day. Where's that sort of money? For 2-3 hours work, sitting in the comfort of your own home. All you need is 2 trades a day. You can sit there for 2 to 4 hours and sit and wait for those perfect setups. You're a gold mine. See, if you look at that and you count that one, that's a failed second entry. I don't like the fact that it's above the bar, but we've sort of been in this range. We've had a breakout, we've come back in, we've had another breakout, come back in. So I kind of like that, but the fact that it's above the EMA, I'd say there's a good chance we'll come in here and you'll get some points out of that. But to me, I'm a little bit nervous the way things have been. But that's a bit of a failed breakout, but it is a bit lower than that, so maybe we're slowly... if I didn't have no money and I wasn't up today, I'd have probably gone short there and took that down to maybe the bottom. Let's see if I'd have been lucky. I'm wondering, is it wrong to even expect a good trading day at this wheel? What do it mean, wheel? Wheel. I'm trying to think. Oh, do you mean wheel as in wheel, steering wheel? At the wheel. I mean, it's been hard lately, isn't it? There's no two ways about that. It's been difficult trading lately, but it's setting up for long again. Yeah, see, if I'd have taken that trade, which I liked, but I was nervous because there I'd have had another 3.5 points. But I liked it because it was a lower high, and I still think we're going down, but I didn't take it because it's just above the EMA there and it's a little bit flat. Just made 2 measured moves. Yeah, look at that, to the nearest tick. Yeah, see, if you count that bit, it's only along one striker twice, that was a failure. Big, beautiful bearish bar. It's just EMA is too flat, and it's above the EMA, which is what put me off. And if I wouldn't have had, if I wasn't up for the day, I may have taken that. I'd have certainly got 3.5 points, but it's the wrong attitude to say, really. If I wouldn't have had any money, at least now I've got money, I've made money, and if I lose a trade, I'm still up. So saying if I had no money, I'd have taken more of a risk. That's when I want to be taking less risk, really. When you haven't made anything for the day. If it goes up, it will reach 1940, 39.45. There's 39.45 here. 39.45 here. 39.45. Okay. So we're taking bets, are we? Okay. Excuse me just for a couple of minutes. This coffee's going through me. Okay, what did I miss? So we have come up twice now to this open of the day, haven't we? Let's get rid of that. Open this up a bit. Let's get rid of that. Stuck in an expanding pattern. 1945 is the upper trend line. 1945 we drew that, didn't we? Yeah, this one here. Really bad day for 4, me. Gave back all your profit. Oh, bad luck, mate. Bad luck, Luca. Are you demo or are you an evaluation, mate? It is frustrating that, yeah. I find that frustrating when you do something and you give it back. It is frustrating. All I try and do now is if I make something, I try and get a little bit more fussy and wait for those extra special trades that just jump out at you as beauties. I know it's hard sometimes. Yeah, chin up, mate. I'll tell you something. Look, See, I think I'm doing okay now. This streaming's helping me. And if you look at my total down here, yeah, I'm up nearly $2,000 in 5 days. So I'm gonna let you guys into a little secret here, okay? I don't do this, everybody. Let me show you how hard I've found things, okay? So look at this, all right? Watch closely. There you go. There are all the counts that I've failed. Okay? I hope my wife doesn't see this. I'm in trouble. 70 Apex evaluations. I've failed 70. 8 Apex PA accounts. I've failed. And earn to trade, you profit. So I believe there's about 94. I'm whispering because I don't want my wife to hear. 94 evaluations and PA accounts I've failed. 94. Yeah. And we're currently on number 70. Okay, so I've passed a bunch, but I haven't earned any money, and that's all because I get I'm not careful enough. I'm not taking my time. So I'll just give you an idea. So if you think you're finding it hard and you're going to struggle to get everywhere, yeah, I think I'm doing okay now. I feel like I'm on the right track. But it just goes to show, no matter how much you've done, there's always someone that's done more than you. You know exactly, yeah, that's a lot, isn't it? But I think the reason I'm showing you is because someone made a comment on Facebook the other day. Everyone wants to be like Mac. I'm not trying to be like Mac. YouTube doesn't interest me. You're going to make far more money as a trader than YouTube. I don't, otherwise I'll be sitting here all day saying scalp the like button. It doesn't interest me. I'm purely doing it because I want people to watch me. So I've got people looking over my shoulder. Now, if you were at work for the day doing your job and you had a bunch of bosses come round and sit and looking over your shoulder, you ain't going to want to cock up, are you? So that's the way I see things. And over the last 5 days, the way I've managed this chart and this trading, I think is brilliant for me. Because I know what I'm like. But I've gone full circle where I've been careful. And I've just gone completely like suicide, where I've been jumping in. I've done an evaluation. I've blown it. I've done another one straight after. I'm talking 3, 4, 5 times in a day. I've been full circle, and I'm finding like I'm starting to get used to my emotions, and they're not affecting me as much. And based on the last 5 days of this evaluation, streaming this account, I'm really happy with the way things are going. I now feel like I'm getting somewhere. So if you're losing evaluations and you're finding things tough, don't give up, because I believe we need time to get used to those emotions. We need to be exposed to emotions again and again and again and again, like everything in life, until we start to get used to them. And when you've had them enough, they'll start to feel more normal. So, stick with it. Yeah, it was only one guy. He said everyone like yeah, I know everyone's got. It didn't really bother me. Everyone's got an opinion. I'm older and wise enough to know that it doesn't bother me. But I just wanted to make a point. You see me here taking trades, and I'm nearly $2,000 up for the week, and I seem to be doing okay. But it just goes to show where I've been. You've now seen where I've been and how hard I've found it. And how stupid I've been. But it just goes to show I've always been of the opinion, if it's something that can be physically done, you can do it. You've just not got to give up. And do you know what? I've gone to bed. Thanks, mate. Yeah, good advice. Yeah. Thanks, Osam. I feel you, mate. Do you know, I've gone to bed so many times with hypnosis tapes on, playing in my ears, trying to figure out some way of moving forward. And I remembered something that when I was younger, and I mentioned this the other day, I went to boxing classes when I was younger. And I remember having my first little sparring session after a couple of months, and I just saw red, and I was swinging everywhere, and the other lad was swinging everywhere. But then we saw 2 guys that were doing it a bit longer, and they were much better. They were calmer, they were picking apart. So the point I'm trying to make is we need to be exposed to these emotions again and again and again until you start to get used to them. If your partner turned around now and said, I'm leaving you, you'd be stunned, you'd be bowled over. You'd have all sorts of emotions. You know, you go through shock, anger, frustration, depression, all these different emotions. But with time, you'd start to get used to them, and they wouldn't affect your life as much. And that, for me, is the same way in trading. You need to expose yourself, and unfortunately, the only way you expose yourself to those emotions is to have risk, which is why I've had so many accounts. But if you do it enough, you know, you could try many other different things, but if you do it enough, I believe you get used to them, like you do in any other walk of life where you go through a period of your life where there's a lot of emotions. In which case, you know, breakups and all sorts of things, anything in life which, you know, get your emotions flowing, we find them hard to do. We've all had a punch up in a life, haven't we? And what do? You see red, don't you? Because you don't experience those emotions every day of your life. But unfortunately, trading brings them out, and the only way forward is just to keep doing it. And you are going to lose some money sometimes, but if you keep it to a minimum, you know, the sting's going to be less. But I believe if you keep trying, sooner or later you'll get used to those emotions, and they won't have so much of an effect on you, and that will reduce the amount of times you're going on tilt or revenge trading or whatever you want to call it. And then you'll start to, like I think I'm doing now, find some balance. So I think the combination with me feeling calmer trading now and having people looking over my shoulder is contributing to me doing a better job of it. So that's what I believe anyway. So if you're finding it tough, you know, there's plenty of us out there which are going through it. But I think it helps to, you know, see other people's, you know, pain and suffering. And it just goes to show you're not on your own. You know, you're not the odd one out, blowing them left, right and centre. There's plenty of us out there. So chin up, stick with it. If it's something you want, keep going for it. That's what I say. So we are in this little range here, aren't we? Strange, and it's just gone sideways now all of a sudden. How long have I been trading? I started 2 years ago doing currency. I did 6 months with a guy, a UK guy, being part of his sort of channel, his Facebook page, Facebook group. Website, part of his website. And then I saw the two guys trading futures, what they called, Michael Chin and the other guy. I saw them and I liked the fact that they were just trading on one chart, one time frame. Whereas anybody who's ever done any currency, you got screens all over the place and multiple time frames and multiple currency pairs. And I signed up with Mac 18 months ago now, a year and a half. So I've been doing this a year and a half. And obviously I'd say the last year I've been blowing accounts. I think I've had 7 PA accounts, but if I'm honest, I'd say there's only one of those where I've taken my time like I'm doing now. And that was probably one of the first ones I took. And then I get into that frustration stage of losing them and then throwing them away, and you get all knotted up inside your belly, don't you? And it is like being in a bad marriage, and the slightest thing sets you off, and before you know it, you've blown another one, and it's heartbreaking sometimes, isn't it? But you learn a lot about yourself. There's no two ways about that. And I've learned one of my qualities, and I've got many bad qualities. One of my qualities is I can take a lot of knockbacks and bounce back from them. I don't tend to get down for any more than a couple of days. But I have had many miserable days where I felt down and depressed. I ended up punching one of my screens about 2 months ago out of just pure frustration. But I've got 3 more, so I'm all good. Jay says sell. I couldn't sell there, mate. It's too congested at the moment. We're right in the middle of that. This range at the moment. There's 3 candles stacked up side by side. Just too risky for me, that, bud. Too risky. But no, if you're finding it tough, just keep at it. Keep at it. I believe you'll get there. They say 95% of traders will never make it as a consistent trader. And the reason that is, I think so, is because they give up not because they're no good or they can't do it or they're not capable, is because they give up. And we've all had tough days and tough times, and that's why people give up. But if you just keep plugging away, I think you're going to do well. So you went go short there or short there, didn't you? So did you go short here or there? Possibly that one. So you got 1.C. The trouble is with me, I tend to want to get down here, and that's a little bit risky for me going short 2/3 of the way down the channel. And it makes me nervous. There's so many traps here. But we really are going sideways, aren't we? What's the day looking like? Certainly a range day, that's for sure, isn't it? With a couple of failed breakouts. Bit of sideways movement. Funnily enough, we had sideways movement here as well, didn't we? Sort of the same level, right around this middle line. And I still think, because we've had this breakout pull back, I still think we're going to go lower. This is still looking bearish for me. But we need to get out of here and then maybe through here, don't we? I keep post-it note right next to my screen that says the road is full of holes, rocks, and it's not smooth, but you will get through it and you will learn to turn a corner. Excellent, mate. Brilliant, Ben. Do you know what? Whatever it works, I've had all sorts of stuff stuck to my screens. The most recent one I had, take a loss, take a break. That's one. I read about a guy who used to like going out walking with his dogs, and he used to watch this heron, and this heron used to fish from the side of this little lake, and it'd sit there, this heron, and he'd sit and watch it, and he'd just wait for that perfect moment, and he'd move, and he'd dive down, and he'd get his fish. And he said he printed it. No, he went looking for a picture, and he bought a framed picture of this heron, and he's got it on the wall near his screen, and he just now and again he looks at it to remind him to sit patiently and wait for that, so that was my phone going. So absolutely, Ben, whatever it takes, anything that gives you that little pick-me-up, because we all have our times, don't we, where we do something stupid, and it is heartbreaking at times, I've got to say. I know what it feels like, so I feel sorry for people who are in it. I really do. I feel your pain. But another thing I like to think of as well, if trading was easy, everybody would be doing it. Now I can tell you, I've got one bit that's between us. I've got one member of my family who thinks I'm never going to be able to do this. The words they used were, yeah, but surely the traders are the smartest minds in the world. These young lads who come out of university with degrees coming out of their ears. No, they're the traders, really, aren't they? And all that does is spur me on. That pushes me on. And at some point in the not so distant future, I'm going to rub the nose in it. So things like that, when people are negative about me or negative, that all that does is just gives me another push. So if you have your dark days, just keep this in mind. We're all together. We've all got the same goal in mind. There's loads of us out there. There's loads of support. I have a chat with Marlon now and again, and I chat to him. If I've had a bad day, I'll chat to him, and if he's had a bad day, he'll chat to me. But we'll cut with people and have a chat about how you're feeling. It makes you feel better. And if you are really struggling, take a break. Sometimes a week or two off can refresh you a little bit and make you feel better. It works for me. I think I spent 9 months without taking a single day off trading, and in the end I was tied up in knots. I was just throwing away account after account. You've really got to you've got to take a break sometimes. It ain't easy, but it makes those rewards all the more exciting when they come along. Thoughts on the people that motivate me. I think my wife is like this, negative, yeah. Actually, my wife's quite supportive. I said something to her a few weeks ago. What did I say? I said, I'm considering giving up. Will you think anything less than me? She went, well, no, I won't. But I will say, if there's anybody I believe that can do this, it's you. So that got me out of that little slump. So I got a supportive wife, but yeah, I think there's probably a lot of us with family members who might think, come on, trader. No, surely young guys who come out of university with, college degrees or university degrees, the smartest minds in the world, mathematicians. Anybody with half a brain can do this. The only reason it's tough is because of the psychological side. That's all it is. It doesn't matter who you are or what background you've got. You can do this. It's not rocket science. Hardest part is patience. You can have all the degrees you want, and if you ain't got the patience and you ain't got the desire to do it, you're screwed. It doesn't matter who you are. In fact, I remember people like Mark Douglas said he'd known guys, some of the smartest guys in the world, from financial backgrounds, and they couldn't trade to save their lives. So no, I'll tell you something for now. Any of you guys can do this. We can all do it. All we've got to do is do your time. Keep plugging away. If you're finding it tough and it's getting you down, take a bit of time off, but don't give up. You've got to have risks, so unfortunately, which means it's going to cost you money. But the good thing about Apex now is they're doing loads of these. They're doing loads of these 8% offs, so you can afford them. But I'd say maybe not take as many and try and take them a bit more seriously. I'm just trying to tell you to do the opposite that I've done. But yeah, Chris, yeah, I've got a good wife, mate. I have. I'm in a revenge short now. Yeah, I feel your pain, brother. It's horrible. It really is. And I'll tell you something else as well for now. Try streaming. It's helping me. It's helping me. I've had 5 days now where I haven't done anything stupid. I can't remember a time in my last 2 years where that's happened. Because I've got people watch, set up a site and just record yourself on YouTube. It doesn't matter to me whether there's 20 people watching or 3 people watching. The fact that I've got someone looking over my shoulder makes me not want to look stupid. Let's have a look. I'm in the Randall Howe course. Yeah, I looked at him. Do you know the only thing I'll say now out of the 18 months experience I've had doing this, a lot of things I've tried haven't really worked. And what I take from that is, like I said earlier, you've got to be exposed to those emotions to be able to get used to them. It's like anything in life where there's a lot of emotions. If your partner leaves you, you're going to be going through loads of emotions, but it won't stay like that forever. It gets tough, and then it slowly gets easier, and then sooner or later it doesn't bother anymore. And I think that's the same. I'm convinced that's the same with trading. Once you've had those emotions for a longer period of time, they don't affect you as much, and you can think clearly. So they're my thoughts. So let's have a look. I'm getting off the subject of trading here, aren't I? Okay. I mean, we got this little trend channel. I mean, I can't do nothing in there, to be honest with you. It's going sideways. Just too risky. Randall Howe course. Yeah, I'm not saying they're not useful. They certainly help you think a bit clearly. Yeah, see, if I bring down the 10,000 tick chart at the moment, that's just going sideways, isn't it? We've had this slow sort of up and down movement with an upward bias, and then we've had a bit of a break out of it, and it's a bit flat and sideways at the moment, isn't it? So, which is why I'm talking probably a bit more than I usually do, because there's nothing obvious at the moment, but as we tend to beat ourselves up and sometimes fall into a negative mindset. Absolutely, Ahmed, yeah. I've had days where I felt physically depressed, I have. But fortunately for me, I'm a bit lucky in the way that I can get out of it. It takes me about 2 to 3 days. But I've gone really quiet sometimes, and my wife looks at me and goes, oh no, what now? But my wife knows I'm the type of person, if I get a bee in my bonnet and I want something, I tend to usually get it some way. But my thoughts are, if you stick at it and you keep pushing, you'll get your rewards, and they'll be even sweeter. I've listened to that the Mark Douglas book about three or four times. I'll listen on audiobook sometimes, I feel easier. Has a very nice bullish bar for that triple test, but it's being blocked by the downtrend. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Scalped out. What did you get, mate? Waited for it. What did you take? Which one did you take? You went. Did you go long or short? ISB is bullish. It's building up for a short. Yeah, see, for me, while we're in this section here, this is untradeable for me, really. Unless I get something decent at the top. I'm still thinking bearish, so I wouldn't want to be going long or anything. So, what have we had in there? Okay, so there's that one, isn't there? There's that failed second entry long. I think didn't some of you go in that? Your time, 17:34. Your time, around about here. You went short, did you, bud? Let me have a look. So you probably took that one, didn't you? In which case you got your points here. Well, points are points. If it breaks, it's heading straight to the overnight lows. Overnight lows. Let's have a look. Down here, yeah. I'm still thinking bearish. We've had this big push down, followed by this quite a big correction now, haven't we? It tends to work that way. If you look at this, big push up, correction, big push up, big push down, correction, big push down. I'm thinking bearish. I'll be okay shorting at the top of this channel here, this range here, sorry. But I just can't take anything around this middle. Anyone got a withdrawal from deal? I think someone mentioned, someone did. Who was it who got some money out? Hopefully they'll be taking them out a bit quicker as well now with this 2 payments a month and only 10 days to trade. If it's going up, I count to 39,465, 39,46 at the top here. That's your line. I think that's your line, but isn't it? 39,465. Sorry, yeah, 39,46. There's your line there. Yeah. Taking bets. So we'll give you 20 minutes. If you don't get there, you've got to give us 20 press-ups. And count them. Okay, so we've had this little channel working down, haven't we? And now it looks like we've got something working up. Possibly. Let's get him out of the way for the minute. But it looks long. The first target is the top of the range. Yeah, I mean, if we can get up here and get something like this, I'll be inclined to take it, because we have come right back to the bottom of the range, and this will be the third decent touch if we get up here. And I'm thinking bearish, so we've had our first entry, so if we can get up there and get bearish, I'd consider taking a trade up there. It's a key accumulation area. We see 3914, 3966. I think you're way more intelligent than the rest of us, mate. 3914 or 3966. 3914. Oh, you mean down here? No. 14. I'm going to have to mull that one over in my head, mate. Okay, so first entry. That's too low for me to get short, so I'd like to get up here, I would. In fact, I'm going to move that out of the way now and concentrate what I'm doing. Okay, so we've come down, we've had a nice big push up, turned here. Nice big push up, turned here. Nice big push up. I'm looking for a nice big bearish bar, not this one, maybe the next one. Let me just draw one of them, or are we going to pop straight out the top? Maybe we are. Let's have a look. Big push up there. Let's have a look. Not entering back. My runner got taken out anyway. Yeah, you may be getting away without your press ups there, mate. Look. Okay, that's a definitive push out, isn't it? Let's have a look at that. Okay, so we've pushed up there, haven't we? This could be a failed breakout, so let's see what we get here. It is a steep move, yeah. If it does pull back, let's just hope it gives us a decent setup. Nice and bearish, but there's no setup there, is there really? I'd want that to engulf that bar really to take that short. Okay. Yeah, you certainly can't take that. Let me just move that out of the way. We know we've had a break. We want a lower high really. Wait for the close out the short term trend. Yeah, I think we've closed out there for sure, which is why I took it away to make it a bit clearer. So I'd want to push down a little bit below here and maybe then look for a lower high. It's the first sort of breakout we've had of this range really, haven't we? And we did come right from the bottom, so I'm still thinking bearish. Let's get one ready, just in case. On my chart, that is a second small leg up. Is that like broken into two, is it, bud? We've got a bit of a red candle in there. Do you know, I was tempted sometimes to open another chart, get two accounts and have them side by side and just trade the best one. Okay, it's looking like it wants to come in, but there's no setup there, as tempting as it is to jump in there. It could push up higher. It certainly could. Which is why I'd want it to come down and give me a lower high, really. I'm still thinking bearish at the moment. Until we've maybe come lower than this or come back into this part. It's like a doji in the middle. Okay, yeah, so sometimes that's all you need, isn't it, to get you a clear two legs up. It is stalling a bit, so let's see what happens here. If we get a push up here and then followed by a big bearish candle. Needs another push higher. Well, Osam said there was a bit of a doji in there, so sometimes that can look like two legs up. We shall see. I'm looking to fade the breakout. Yeah, I mean, if I can see something worth taking, you know, I'm thinking we're coming in, but okay, so that's a clear break and a new high, so I think we can all agree there, can't we? So there's your break, there's your new high. So now I'm thinking we're coming back in, judging by the look of this. See, you could take that as a second entry short, couldn't you? But I think it's a bit risky. It's broken above here, but it might come back and go a bit higher. Okay, push up right. New high which we've made. Let's see what it does when it gets up here. Someone's going to get out of press ups here, look. And we've sort of had the measured leg, haven't we? So from the bottom here to the highs here, sideways and a push, so it's like a push in, sideways and a push in. Push up, sideways, push up. And let me have a look at that on the that's the 10,000 tick chart. It's still quite rangy, isn't it? We've come down, we've pushed up to the EMA, we've back down, pushed up above it. That doesn't tell me anything really. I'm still thinking bearish, but I don't think I'll be confident just going short there. I think I'd want a lower high, a little bit of confirmation. So that's 9 ticks, isn't it? So one above, one below. It's 11 ticks. So it's just under 3 points. Okay, that's more of a doji than anything else, isn't it? What happens when we reach the MM? What did you say the MM was again? MM, middle. MM, what is it? MM. I don't know. Stalling again, isn't it, a little? I feel this is going higher. You may be right. So that's a nice bearish bar, but I don't like the fact that it hasn't broke higher. It's a nice looking bar. Trouble is, when we break, sometimes you can get 1, 2 pushes up, and often you can get stopped out on this first push, and then after the second one down it plummets. But that's still, it's a bit doji-ish, isn't it, at the moment? Yeah, we've had a break. The trouble is, sometimes when you have a really sharp push out, you don't get back to the EMA. But so we've had a break, 1. Let's see if we get another push up to here. Doji again. So yeah, people aren't sure, are they? I think the likelihood we're coming down, but there's no setup at the moment. Nothing like a setup, is there? Second entry may be good. It's looking nice, isn't it? Trouble is, it's still a bit square, that is, and it's 14 points, so it's risky, isn't it? I think it's likely it's going to work, but it's too risky, that is. 15 ticks, 1 above, 1 below. That's 4 points, that is. I'm going for the next big leg. Yeah, it's still not a nice bar, is it? You done, are you? So you got some money, did you, for the day? And lots of. So what are you going to do for the rest of the afternoon? Go and sit on the beach? I don't blame you. Yeah, if I lived in Hawaii, I wouldn't be trading. I'll be out in the sun. Just going to watch. Good on you. 2 wins. Happy for you, mate. That's what you want. I'm just pleased if I can get a green day. You're going to do a workout. Clear the mind a bit, yeah. And then wash it down with a beer. Sometimes it's quite interesting just to sit and observe the market, really, isn't it? See if you not have the pressure or all the little bit of stresses to look for a setup and just try and predict where you think it's going to go. You learn a lot from just watching things, don't you? Anyone withdraw from deal yet? Somebody did earlier. Somebody had a withdrawal. I can't remember who it was now. Let me have a look, see if I can spin back up to there. Let's have a look. Somebody took one earlier. Let me have a look. Oh, I can't see. Somebody did for sure. No, I can't see. Somebody did here, but there have been. If you want to have a look and find out who has made a withdrawal, if you go onto the Apex website, they've got a section now which shows you withdrawals. They just give the first name, what area they're from, and how much they took out and how many accounts they got. Some people are taking stacks of money. I think there was one guy who took 40 grand out of about 5 different accounts. I think he'd had 200,000 of it. I don't know, you'll have to have a look, but there's lots of people taking money, plenty of them. Here we go again, more sideways stuff. It really can't make its mind up, can it? I'm just going to shut that one down. Do you ever trade the Dow? I haven't done, mate, no. I started with currency and then just saw the 2 guys I mentioned trading this, so I suppose it's just what you start doing, isn't it? I believe, price action works for trading anything, so I know the system now. I know how the points and ticks work, based on the ES, and I like the hours it works, so I've not really looked into anything else, to be honest with you. A lower high setup. Trouble is, we had this nice big bearish bar a minute ago, didn't it? And it's still sideways, isn't it? Look how it's finishing at exactly the same point there. Sometimes when you get that, it'll have a quick spurt, and then I looked at them. I was watching a trade. I was watching the market about maybe 6 months ago, and it went up about 12 times and finished exactly the same point. And then it came down, had one quick spurt out the top, just a point or two, and that's it. Came down just as quick, and off it went. So it does some unusual things sometimes. Not taking it yet. This is just way too congested, this. If you've got the patience to wait through times like this, you'll do alright. Still has another push left in her. Yeah, the way it's stalling here, I wouldn't be surprised if it has another quick blast out the top and then, because I'm still thinking bearish. Whenever we have this big down sort of area trend here, and then we get some sort of correction, we then tend to come back out in the opposite direction. Well, that's my take on it anyway. Where are we? Yeah, we sort of had a push up here, a little bit of sideways and a push up, didn't we? If you look a lot of, I know when I was doing currency, you do look at chart patterns quite a lot. Whenever we tend to go in from a direction, then sideways we come out the opposite way. I went long at the range 9 bars, sitting back through brutal heat. Eventually I'll give up. I went long at the range 9 bars. Oh, 9 bars back, sorry. The range. So here. 9 bars back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, the range 9. So, I'm assuming here somewhere, did you? Sorry, short. Okay. Oh dear. So you're short up here somewhere, are you? You may be right. It's certainly struggling to get through there. You went short not long, yeah. So you went short, what, possibly this one here? You said 9 bars back, didn't you? Is there anyone I can see? Yeah, you might be right. The trouble is, whenever you get those areas like that, sometimes it tries. It has one quick spurt, and then retreats. When it got to the range you shorted, this top range, then yeah. I mean, when I looked at that, I'm thinking fade to breakout. The only trouble for me is that bar didn't look very good, and I'm aware somebody mentioned that this line up here, I can't remember what it was for, but I know this is here, and I know the top of the measured moves here, so it just wasn't close enough for me, and I suppose it's a tick or two off a doji, isn't it? So it might be different on your chart, bud. But we did have a push up and a break and a new high, so it technically it played out. But obviously because of the measured move area, some are going to be thinking coming back in, and some are going to be thinking moving up, which is why we're getting this stacking pattern sideways, where we got sort of a relatively even number of buyers and sellers. You know, we go up, we come down, we go up, we come down, we go up, we come down. EMA's pointing upwards at the moment. Are we sort of slowly feathering off? I'm still thinking bearish. I think once we can get below here and below here. Brutal heat. You've got balls of steel, you can deal with this. You must have been in a couple of big storms when everything's shaking. If you can deal with that, you can deal with this. It does concern me though about pushing through that lot quickly and then coming back. I hope for your sake it doesn't. If bulls give up, I'm surprised the bulls haven't given up by now. Yeah. See, if I get into a trade like that, where it goes sideways, I do try and look for an option to get out, ideally with a little bit of profit. But it's not a massive bar, is it? What is it? 3, 4, 5. So it's 2.25 bar in it. So you got one above, one below. So you're in it for 2 point. I'd say something like 2 3/4 points, I think. Is that pop we're expecting? Yeah, I know a lot of times when I look at charts and they struggle again and again and again and again, you do get a quick spurt out followed by a drop. I just don't think there's enough buyers really to push it high. Maybe break the high, but not. But we are sideways, aren't we? Might be your opportunity to get out now, mate. Or depending how steely your balls are we going to move down from here? I just don't like the way the EMA's pointing up and we're struggling round here. I know if it was me, I'd be thinking about, you've got a 1.5 out there or something, haven't you? If you can get out there. I'm not saying you should, that's up to you, but I think I would. We're down here now, there's 2 points and some more. We might be coming straight back down. But I don't know, when it goes sideways there, I'll be trying to look for an exit. Buy low, sell high. Trouble is, are we low here? We're on top of this range. I'm still thinking bearish. We're coming back into the range. I still think we're coming lower than the range I do, so. I think if you're shorted here, you've certainly got 2 points, haven't you, there? Oh, there we go. So how much you got on this then? 10, well, you're a pilot, so you get paid the earth, don't you? So what have you got in here? 5 grand, 10 grand? Something like that. You guys are loaded, aren't you? Please don't tell me you've got 2 micros in here. I'll lose respect for you. Here it falls off. Well, we thought that here and then here, but it just seems to... there's no real setup there, is there? Like I say, I've said for a while now, I've said bearish. You're short 10. 10 what? Contracts? Or 10 cents? $10? 10 contracts. So where are you now? So if you're short here, aren't you? So at the moment, you've got 4 points. So that's for 2. So that's for 1 contract, isn't it? So 10 contracts. What are you up to now? So you're up to 2 grand, I think there, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, as in 10 cents or $10. If you're in 10 contracts for that, there's a couple of grand then, near enough, isn't there? It could be a wider up channeling play, you mean, from here? See, I'm still not convinced we're going up. I'm still thinking bearish. You mean something like that? Let's have a look. See, we've pushed through the MA now. We've come back and tucked it. So I'm still thinking we're going lower, but let's see if there is anything working our way out. Let's have a look. Okay, that doesn't look terrible, does it? I'm not a massive fan of that. Although it's touching there and about, it just seems upside result. I don't know. Let's move him out of the way a minute. Yeah, it doesn't. You're bearish. Yeah, it's just it's really struggling to get up, isn't it? And I'm thinking at some point we had this big long push down. So you can't make 2 big pushes down like this without getting some correction. And often the correction can be up at a slight angle before it drops off. But at the moment, I'm bearish. I stuck to my guns yesterday, and it ended up going bearish, and I got a trade in the end of it. But you know, so we may be coming in here. We may come down and bounced, and we're just going a bit, and then up we're going a bit higher. But at the moment, it's bearish for me. But why are you trading so big, Brosky? Why are you trading so big, Brosky? I need to be ingrained 10 grand worth of lessons here. Yeah, learning trading can be expensive, can't it? There are some, I gotta say, you know, I've done a few courses with people, and I think Max is by far the best value. I was quite shocked when I found out it was $120 for the year. So he certainly doesn't do it for the money, I don't think. I think he just enjoys doing it. He's got YouTube videos going back 12, 13 years, Mac has. And he can't be short of a few quid. He must be making some good money. Trade 10 contracts. I can't be screwing around with one or two. Well, mate, if you got the money, absolutely. Are you still in that short, are you, or did you get out? See, I'll be, when it broke through here, I'll be thinking about getting out of it. So you're still in it at the moment. I'm still thinking bearish, so I don't know, maybe. Excuse me. Yep, if you've got the pockets, mate, absolutely. It's relative, isn't it? As your account gets bigger, so do your contract sizes. It's just a matter of scaling up. So again, he was down 120 grand on the year. I started the day down 1200. Then I was ahead 1500. Now you're down 8 grand. Oof, mate. You're scaring me now. Well, as long as you're making money. You're down 120 grand on the year. I started the day down $1,250, then was ahead $1,500, now down 8k. You said Mac said he was down 120 grand. No. $120 for the year to join his group, his YouTube channel. Sorry. Yeah, cost to do his course. You know, all the content on his channel, on his web page, on his website, all the videos there, all the tools and all the add-ons, $120. I said Mac was $120 down. No. I don't know what he makes. No, it's $120. Sorry, I might have got that mixed up. $120 to join his group for a year, which is absolute value, really. That's all I've done. I paid a few hundred quid to do a currency course for 6 months, which I thought was still good value. From a guy who was a pit trader in the 80s at the London Stock Exchange. Really nice guy. What's the big number beside the count? This number here just tells me that number there tells me exactly how many ticks in that bar. That one is just a 2,000 tick countdown, and that one there is just how many ticks in the previous bar. Excuse me. Yeah, absolutely. If you want to learn this, that's where I've learned everything I know here from Mac and obviously a bunch of other guys in the Facebook group. They've been brilliant as well. You know, I went through 12 months of posting my chart every day and asking for feedback, and you know, people are happy to help because they know what it's like. They've all been there. You know, we're flattening off here again, aren't we? See, that was a measured move, but maybe if you don't count that, maybe this is going to be it. We're still pushing up here, aren't we? We've tried for a while now to get higher and higher, but we are struggling. Push, break, new high. Try to go once, try to go twice, 3 times. New high. Is this the place it comes down? I still can't take a short when it's EMA's pointing up like that. I'd want it to come down and give me a lower high, really. Would you speak to your understanding of the lag number? This. I asked Mac about this. I believe it's the time. Is it something to do with the milliseconds time that it takes to come from the data to come through? I think. Don't hold me to that, but Mac did say, don't worry about it. It's fine. I mean, sometimes it's low like this. Sometimes it's been up to 4 and in the red. But it's never caused me any issues. But Mac just said, yeah, it's something to do with it. Don't worry about it. So I think it's something to do with the time the data comes from the servers, I think. If I remember rightly. He said don't worry about it, so I ended up forgetting about it in the end. We do seem like we're making a bit of a... No, maybe. Let's have a look. I think that's a second leg from here. I think we can discount that. Let's have a look. If we go from there to there. Let's get rid of that. That's confusing things. So I would say there. That looks like it's a push-up. A couple of legs back and another push-up. So this is a possible area of interest, isn't it? So it does slowly look like now we're maybe moving up. We've broken this area that somebody mentioned. One push-up, two push-up. Yeah, as I say, I've given up trying to go short and guess where it's going to turn. I've been stung too many times. As nice as it would be to get another trade here, and as bearish as that is, it's just too risky to guess that that's where it's going to turn. And if we are in this uptrend, or this little channel up, you certainly don't really want to be shorting just yet, do you? I mean, we've had a push up, a little pull back and a push up. So yeah, I think it's feasible it's coming down here, but it's risky, isn't it? 13 ticks, just over 3 bars, tick above, tick below. It's 3 3/4 bar risk, and I don't want to throw away what I've made. Trying to hold on to things now. I'm trying to protect. Chris W, yeah, some days are pretty good, not always. I can go like this for a while, but with 6 months I need to be getting a psyche thing completely mastered, or I won't be in it. What I will say, mate, is what I said earlier. It does take time to get those emotions in check. I suppose it depends how long you've been doing it. I mean, we all have a... I suppose we all have a limit, don't we? To whether we, we think enough's enough. I mean, I have asked the question before, when is enough enough? When do you draw the line and say, I'm struggling, I'm never going to get to it? I have thought many times that I'm never going to get there, and I have almost... I've almost concluded that, this is going to run out for me, but then I just get that boost of excitement again and that little bit of fire, and I move on. I seem to, whenever I have these really bad days or bad weeks or bad months, I seem to be able to just overcome them with a few days. I got to say, I do love a challenge, and I find this a real challenge, and I love trying to beat the market. I love trying to find stuff out there, you know what I mean? I love trying to work out what it's doing, and then when I get, when I find out what it's done, I get a big kick out of it. So it's a real challenge for me, this. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty natural to think, when do I draw a line? But I suppose if trading was easy, everyone would be doing it. That's kind of what I like about it. Like Rocky. Hell or high water, keep swinging. Yeah. I mean, if it's possible, if it's doable, which this is, absolutely. I suppose we're all different, aren't we? We've all got our different levels. We've all got our breaking points. absolutely. I know a lot of people talk about they're losing the nerve to be able to pull the trigger. I haven't experienced that, fortunately. But a lot of people, they sort of go from one extreme to the other, to throwing trades around and blowing account like nobody's business, to be, too scared to pull the trigger. But I think I'm at the level now where I can spot a good trade. There's definitely been two opportunities earlier, the one I took and the one a bit lower. There's two opportunities where I'd have put hard money on. I've seen those trades so many times, and I've watched so many people traded them. And I've seen so many people's charts where they just short those or go long, wherever they are, and they just never fail. You haven't lost your nerve. It's all you really have, in my view. Yeah. See, you've got to be a pretty controlled guy in your job, haven't you? You've got to have a lot of nerve to do your job. Not everybody could do it. You've got to be, a pretty calm-natured type of guy to do what you do. I think it's got to help you in this, I think, isn't it? Love it when you see it clearly. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, if I look back on that one, I think was a pretty good trade. And I lost, I think my balls got sucked in there. For me, I think that was a good trade, the lower high. And for me, that's the trade of the day. Second entry, beautiful bearish bar, nice and tight below the EMA, clearly coming down. So you got trend channel right up tight against trend channel, tight against. I mean, that I can spot them all day long. Whenever I see them, I can just. It shot down quick. I should have gotten here in hindsight, thinking, because these good trades just seem to go on. So I took that one. If I'd have took that one, I'd have been double where I am now, and if I'd have had the balls to stay in that one a bit longer and didn't get spooked out by that candle, I'd have been $1,200 to $1,500 in the green today. But I'm starting to come to the conclusion that some days, you get a bit of luck. Some days, you don't. I dare say I'm going to get the odd day where I have maybe 3 or 4 beautiful trades and I swing trade a bit and everything goes really well, and you're going to get the odd day, that you make a couple of mistakes and it gets a bit scrappy. But, I'm just, at the moment, I'm pleased. I'm a lot calmer. I'm pleased. I've had 5 days now in the green, and I'm up nearly $2,000 for the last 5 days, which, if it was your own money, you'd be relatively pleased with that. Yeah, if you can master aviation, you can master this. You'll be pretty nervy when it comes. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. I think being a pilot takes a certain type of character. I think you've got to be calm. You've got to be able to think under pressure, because we've all experienced the airline industry at its lowest, and you get in some situations. If your car breaks down, you roll up the side of the road. It doesn't quite work that way when you're up there. I used to watch. I've quite liked watching aircraft investigators, and in the best of days, things can go wrong, and you need to have nerves of steel, really, and a quick, sharp thinking mind. And I'd think, those qualities and characteristics would be perfect for trading. Quietly in my sleep. So that's a pilot's thing, isn't it? Yeah. So I dare say every pilot I see is probably going to say that same thing. Airline's never been safer now, has it? I think you got more chance of being struck by lightning twice, haven't you, than getting killed in an airline accident. People do it for years and years and retire, don't they? And never necessarily have anything untoward happen. I suppose what we see is pretty scary and a bit of a rough ride you see as a normal daily occurrence. Well, that has slowed down the afternoon, really, isn't it? In fact, I'm probably going to knock it on the head now, I think. I'm up nicely. It's definitely slowed down. We're coming up to 4 hours, same as yesterday. So we've certainly had a range day. We've come down, we've had a push up, we've come down, we've had a push up, we've come down, we've had a push up. Seems to be now maybe working its way to the top area of here. And then maybe down again, who knows. So it's not been a bad day. There's certainly been a few more setups today. I'm a bit frustrated. I lost my nerve there. I missed that one. Those 3 trades would have sorted me beautifully. But it's been a little bit easier day to read today. A little bit stumble here, but the last sort of couple of weeks is, that, is a pretty nice looking range day as far as range days goes, because lately it's been up here, it's been down here, it's been every time it bounces. At least we're getting a little bit of consistency, aren't we? We've had some rides along that line. It's been a little bit easier to read today, less frustrating to trade. So where are we now? We are Wednesday, so I'll be trading tomorrow as normal. And obviously I work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, but things get a little bit quieter this time of year, so I may have the odd extra day, but I'm up to day 5 on the evaluation, and we're about $130, $140 short, sort of $1,100, $1,140 short of my target. So I think I'm going to leave it there. So look, yeah, take it easy, guys. I appreciate you guys hooking up. We've had a nice chat today. Start to get to know some of you guys, and it just makes trading a lot more interesting actually when you've got a bunch of like-minded people who've got the same mentality as you. So I'm going to mark up my chart later, and I'll pop it on my Facebook group like I usually do. So if you're carrying on trading, best of luck. And see, look at this second entry. Look at this. That's tempting. That is very tempting. Second entry. It's been a bit. I'm still thinking now. Now we've moved up, we might go up. In fact, I might. Small bar there. I think my learning take. So the range is terrible small. Yeah. I'm gonna. I'm interested in this trade. See how it finishes. It's a second entry down to the EMA, to the bottom of the trend channel. See how it finishes. In fact, no, in fact, I'm going to leave that. I'll tell you why. It's a bit sideways there. It's a bit sideways there. It's a little bit messy for me, and it's not as bullish as I'd like it. I'm kind of glad it's finished like that. Yeah, I'm not the only one who thinks it's a bit iffy. Okay, let's get rid of that one. We're up nice and green today. I don't want to ruin it. Okay, guys, appreciate you hooking up. Have a nice evening or afternoon wherever you are. Take it easy. Stay safe, and I will catch up with you tomorrow.